is attempting to take over the entire NFL. As you sleep in your tent, you hear a commotion outside. You peek your head out to see a group of players from the Patriots approaching your tent with weapons drawn. As you stand there, the referee blows his whistle and throws a flag on the play. The Patriots players stop in their tracks, looking confused. What's going on? One of them asks, scratching his head. The referee walks over, holding the flag. False start, number 12. You moved before the snap. The Patriots players grumble and glare at each other, unsure how to respond. This delay gives you a moment to assess the situation and gather your wits. The flag gives you a brief moment to consider your options. You see Travis Kelce open, but you decide to overthrow the ball to get defensive pass interference, DPI. You wind up and launch the ball deep, aiming for your tight end. As you release the ball, the Patriots defenders charge towards Kelce, trying to disrupt the pass. Your throw sails over their heads, and Kelce leaps to make the catch. However, a Patriot defender manages to get a hand on Kelce, committing a clear DPI infraction. The referee blows his whistle and signals for the penalty. The Patriots players look angry and frustrated, but they know they can't argue with the ref's call. Defensive pass interference. 10-yard penalty. The referee announces. This play gains you valuable yardage and puts you in an even better position to score. The Patriots are now on their heels, unsure how to counter your strategy. What would you like to do next, Patrick? And then everyone clapped. Get real. You line up at the line of scrimmage, surveying the field. The Patriots' defense is playing tight, but you see an opening in the secondary. You call for the snap and take a few steps back in the pocket, buying time for your receivers to get open. As you scan the field, you spot Travis Kelce breaking free from his coverage in the end zone. You know this is your chance to strike. You set your feet and launch the ball, putting everything you have into this throw. The spiraling pigskin soars through the air, arcing towards Kelce. The crowd holds its breath as the ball descends into the end zone. Kelce leaps and extends his arms, snagging the pass just as a Patriots defender closes in on him. The crowd erupts in cheers as the referee signals the touchdown. Up in one of the luxury suites, Taylor Swift can't contain her excitement. She jumps up and down, clapping her hands and whooping with delight. Her eyes are locked on the field, drinking in every moment of the thrilling touchdown. The Chiefs sideline erupts in celebration as you complete the drive with a touchdown pass. The fans are going wild, and the momentum is fully on your side now. The Patriots look shell-shocked, unsure how to respond to this sudden shift in the game's dynamics. What would you like to do next, Patrick? You thrust your arms in the air in triumph, leading the Chiefs' celebration. The crowd goes wild, chanting your name. As the cheers wash over you, an idea strikes you like a lightning bolt. You grab the microphone from the referee and address the stadium. I declare, you shout, your voice booming through the speakers, that we will now be playing in Rockinjima. The fans erupt in confusion, unsure what you mean. The Patriots players stare at you in bewilderment. You know Rockinjima is a fictional island from a horror game, but in this moment, it feels like the perfect place to continue this epic battle. You hand the microphone back to the referee, who looks at you with a mixture of concern and amusement. Sir, I don't think we can just go to Rockinjima, he says, trying to reason with you. But you're too caught up in the excitement to care. You wave off his concerns and turn to your teammates. All right, Chiefs. Let's head to Rockinjima and finish this once and for all. Your teammates exchange uneasy glances but follow you off the field, unsure of what awaits them on this mysterious island. As you exit the stadium, you feel a strange energy in the air, like the world is about to change in ways you never imagined. What would you like to do next, Patrick? And then everyone clapped. Get real. You hold up the Lombardi trophy, your face beaming with pride. I dedicate this victory to my beloved Beatrice, you declare, your voice echoing through the stadium. Your teammates look at you in confusion, unsure how to react to this unexpected announcement. Who's Beatrice? One of your teammates asks, scratching his head. You smile enigmatically, keeping your secret to yourself. You'll understand in time, you say mysteriously. The fans cheer and applaud, caught up in the moment of your triumph. The Patriots players, still stunned by their defeat, can only stare in disbelief as you bask in the glory of your achievement. In this moment, you feel like you can conquer anything, as long as you have Beatrice by your side. And then everyone clapped. Get real. And then everyone clapped. Get real. As you stand there, basking in the glory of your victory, a sudden commotion erupts from the sidelines. A strange figure emerges from the crowd, pushing his way towards the field. It's battler Ushiromi, the mysterious heir to the Ushiromi fortune. He strides onto the field, his eyes blazing with a manic intensity. Football isn't real. He shouts, his voice echoing through the stadium. None of this is real. It's all just a game, a cruel twist of fate played by unseen hands. The crowd falls silent, stunned by this sudden outburst. Your teammates look at each other in confusion, unsure how to react. The referees approach Battler, trying to calm him down and escort him off the field. No. Battler screams, pushing the referees away. You can't silence me. I know the truth. The game is rigged, and we're all just pawns in someone else's twisted amusement. Battler's eyes lock onto yours, a wild smile spreading across his face. You think you've won, Mahomes? You think this trophy means anything? It's all just an illusion, a fleeting moment of satisfaction in a world of endless suffering. The crowd murmurs in unease, some beginning to leave their seats. The once joyous atmosphere has turned tense and uncomfortable. What would you like to do next, Patrick? Battler's eyes narrow as he glares at you, his face twisting into a sneer. You think you can insult me, Mahomes? You think that'll make me go away? He stalks towards you, his hands balled into tight fists. I'll show you what real pain is. I'll show you the true face of suffering. The crowd gasps, some covering their children's ears. The referees rush forward, trying to restrain Battler, but he shoves them aside with surprising strength. Your teammates gather around you protectively, ready to defend you if necessary. Battler stops just short of you, his eyes boring into yours with an intensity that's almost physical. You haven't won anything, Mahomes. Your trophy, your fame, your so-called friends. It's all temporary. And when it's gone, you'll be left with nothing but the bitter taste of regret. He spits at your feet, the glob of saliva splattering against your shoe. You're just like the rest of us, Mahomes. A slave to the game, dancing to the whims of unseen masters. And one day, you'll learn the truth. You'll understand the cruel joke that is this twisted world. With that, Battler turns and melts back into the crowd, his words hanging heavy in the air. The crowd murmurs in shock and discomfort, unsure how to process this bizarre encounter. What would you? Your words ring out across the field, shocking both your teammates and the referees. They stare at you, unsure of how to react. The crowd falls into a tense silence, waiting to see what will happen next. Mr. Mahomes, the head referee says, his voice trembling slightly, we cannot execute anyone, especially not in the manner you've described. This is a football game, not a war zone. Battler, still standing nearby, lets out a mocking laugh. You can't even handle a little bit of truth, can you, Mahomes? You're just like the rest of them, too weak to face the harsh realities of this world. The referees exchange uneasy glances, unsure of how to proceed. Your teammates look at you with concern, some even shaking their heads disapprovingly. Sir, I think it's best if you calm down, the head referee says, trying to maintain a sense of order. We can't have this kind of disruption during a game. Please, just return to your sideline and let us continue the match. The crowd begins to murmur, some people starting to leave their seats, clearly uncomfortable with the turn the situation has taken. You feel a sense of unease wash over you, realizing that perhaps you've gone too far. What would you like to do next, Patrick? You pull out your phone and play the sound effect of laughter from a horror game, the ahaha.wave file. The crowd falls silent, their eyes wide with confusion and unease. The sound of the distorted, maniacal laughter echoes through the stadium, sending chills down the spines of those in attendance. The referees look at each other in bewilderment, unsure how to react to this bizarre development. Your teammates exchange concerned glances, some even taking a step back from you. Battler, however, seems to find this amusing. He claps his hands together, a wide, unhinged grin spreading across his face. Now that's what I'm talking about, Mahomes. Embrace the madness. Let the laughter consume you. The laughter from your phone continues to play, the sound growing increasingly unsettling. Some members of the crowd begin to cover their ears, unable to bear the eerie noise. Parents usher their children out of the stadium, eager to escape the strange atmosphere that has settled over the game. As the laughter reaches its peak, a sudden gust of wind sweeps through the stadium. The lights flicker and the crowd gasps, the tension in the air becoming almost palpable. The sound finally stops, and in the aftermath, you find yourself alone on the field, the silence deafening. Your teammates and the referees have backed away, leaving you isolated in the center of the stadium. Battler is nowhere to be seen, as if you quickly pull out your phone and play the infamous whopper 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 sound effect, the crowd's gasps and murmurs giving way to a stunned silence. The eerie, looping audio fills the stadium, the ominous tone seeming to hang in the air like a sinister fog. The referees, looking more confused and worried by the second, quickly huddle together. After a brief discussion, the head referee makes an announcement over the stadium PA system: "We're going to take a brief commercial break. Please stay tuned." The Jumbotron flickers to life, displaying the standard commercial break graphic. The crowd, still visibly unsettled, begins to murmur and chat amongst themselves, unsure of what to make of the bizarre situation unfolding before their eyes. You take a moment to survey the field, noticing your teammates casting worried glances your way. Even the usually stoic faces of the coaches and support staff seem to reflect a mixture of confusion and unease. As the commercials begin to play, the atmosphere in the stadium remains tense and uncomfortable, the whopper 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 sound effect having cast a shadow over the once lively atmosphere. It's clear that this game will not be easily forgotten, regardless of the final score. You bend your knees and hurl the Lombardi Trophy with all your might towards the Patriots bench. The trophy sails through the air, its gold glinting in the stadium lights. The Patriots players leap out of the way, their eyes wide with shock and fear as the heavy trophy careens towards them. The trophy lands with a resounding thud on the bench, sending players scattering in all directions. Coaches and staff members dive for cover, their faces contorted in terror as the once priceless award bounces and rolls across the field. The crowd erupts in a combination of gasps, cheers, and boos, unsure of how to react to this bizarre display of aggression. Your teammates look at you in disbelief, some even shaking their heads in disapproval. The referees rush onto the field, their faces etched with anger and concern. The head referee approaches you, his voice shaking with barely contained rage. Mr. Mahomes, that was an utterly unacceptable display of sportsmanship. We cannot tolerate this kind of behavior in our league. As the referees huddle together to discuss disciplinary action, you feel a strange sense of satisfaction wash over you. The Lombardi Trophy, once the symbol of your hard-earned victory, now lies broken and discarded on the field, a testament to your defiance in the face of the league's corrupt power.
Whopper, 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 Junior, Double, Triple, Whopper, Flame Grill taste with perfect toppers, I rule this day. Lettuce, mayo, pickle, ketchup, it's okay if I don't want that Impossible or bacon Whopper, any Whopper my way. You rule your season today at BK, have it your way. You rule!
As the Lombardi Trophy shatters into pieces, something begins to emerge. A dark, swirling mist rises from the debris, growing thicker and more ominous by the second. The crowd gasps in horror as the fog spreads rapidly, engulfing the entire stadium in a heavy, suffocating blanket. The air grows thick and oppressive, the once bright lights of the stadium now shrouded in an impenetrable darkness. You hear the panicked screams of the crowd, their shouts for help growing more distant as the fog swallows them whole. Your teammates, once a source of strength and support, become nothing more than disembodied voices in the darkness. You feel a strange sensation wash over you, as if reality itself is shifting and twisting. The world around you begins to warp and bend, the once solid walls of the stadium now appearing as nothing more than a fragile illusion. The very fabric of the meta world seems to be unraveling, the boundary between the physical and digital realms blurring into a nightmarish abyss. In this new, terrifying landscape, you are alone, cut off from the world you once knew. The fog presses in on you from all sides, its tendrils reaching out like ghostly fingers, eager to ensnare you in its chilling embrace. The stadium, once a symbol of triumph and glory, has now become a prison, a tomb from which there is no escape. You step back, preparing to kick the field goal. As you line up your shot, you notice something odd about the ball. It seems to be pulsating, as if it has a life of its own. The stadium around you grows quiet, the only sound being the distant whispering of the wind. You take a deep breath, trying to steady your nerves, but the ball continues to drop and ride beneath your foot. Your teammates, usually a source of support, now appear as nothing more than blurred figures in the background, their voices muffled and distant. As you prepare to kick, the ground beneath you suddenly shifts and warps, the once firm turf now feeling like it's made of soft, pliable clay. You struggle to maintain your balance, the world around you seeming to spin and twist in unnatural ways. The goalposts ahead of you begin to stretch and contort, their metal frames bending and buckling as if subjected to immense heat. The net behind them tears and rips, the fabric unraveling into a chaotic tangle of threads. You hesitate, unsure of what to do, your confidence wavering in the face of this bizarre and unsettling transformation. The ball, still pulsing with an eerie energy, seems to mock you, daring you to attempt the kick. The crowd, once a sea of cheering faces, now appears as nothing more than a mass of shadowy figures, their eyes glowing with an unnatural, As you line up your kick, a figure emerges from the shadows of the stadium. It's the Fortnite ninja, his eyes glinting with a maniacal gleam as he cackles with laughter. "You're never going to make it, Mahomes," he taunts, his voice echoing through the eerie silence of the stadium. "I've rigged this game, and there's no way you're gonna win." You try to block out his taunts, focusing on your kick, but the ball seems to vibrate with an unnatural energy, making it difficult to maintain your concentration. As you swing your foot forward, the ground beneath you shifts, causing you to lose your balance. Your kick goes wide, the ball sailing past the goalposts and into the stands. The ninja lets out a triumphant laugh, jumping up and down in glee. "That's right, Mahomes. You're no match for my power," he crows, his voice filled with malicious joy. The crowd, once a sea of cheering fans, now seems to be filled with shadowy figures, their eyes glowing with an unnatural light as they watch the unfolding spectacle with rapt attention. You feel a surge of frustration and anger, unsure of whether the ninja's taunts are truly the reason for your missed kick. But as the stadium begins to warp and contort around you, the boundaries between reality and the meta world growing ever more blurred. You point an accusatory finger at the Fortnite ninja, your voice booming with anger and frustration. You call that a fade, ninja? It's more like a lopsided bowl cut? Your hair is a disgrace, just like your sportsmanship. The ninja's laughter abruptly stops, his face contorting into a scowl. He reaches up, patting his head self-consciously. What are you talking about, Mahomes? My fade is flawless. But you can see the doubt in his eyes, the uncertainty creeping into his expression. The crowd, once silent and watchful, now begins to murmur and whisper, their attention shifting from the missed field goal to the heated exchange between the two players. Face it, ninja, you continue, your voice rising above the din of the crowd. Your hair is a mess, just like this game. You can't hide behind your tricks and your taunts. It's time to own up to your mistakes. The ninja's scowl deepens, his hands falling into tight fists at his sides. But before he can respond, a sudden gust of wind sweeps through the stadium, the strange, pulsing energy that had been building reaching a fevered pitch. The world around you begins to spin and warp, the boundaries between reality and the meta world blurring into a nightmarish abyss. You stagger, struggling to maintain your footing as the ground beneath you shifts. You grit your teeth and put everything you have into the kick, your foot connecting with the ball with a resounding thud. The ball rockets forward, soaring through the air with unnatural speed and power. It clears the goalposts with ease, sailing into the night sky above the stadium. The crowd erupts in cheers, their voices rising to a deafening crescendo as they celebrate your incredible kick. But your triumph is short-lived, as the ball continues its upward trajectory, growing smaller and smaller in the distance. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream rips through the air, cutting through the roar of the crowd. You look up, squinting against the bright stadium lights, and see the Fortnite ninja clutching his stomach, his face contorted in agony. To your horror, you realize that the ball has not only cleared the net, but has struck the ninja directly in the abdomen, the force of the impact enough to send him crumpling to the ground. The ninja's body convulses and writhes, his hands clawing at his throat as he struggles to breathe. Blood begins to pour from his mouth, and you watch in sickened fascination as he vomits a stream of what looks like Fortnite lunch, the colorful cubes spilling onto the turf. The crowd falls silent, their cheers fading into a shocked and unsettled hush as they watch the horrific scene unfolding before them. The ninja's eyes. turn to see Dak Prescott, the quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys, striding onto the field. He looks around the stadium, taking in the scene of chaos and destruction. His eyes land on you, and he breaks into a wide smile. Patrick Mahomes. He calls out, jogging over to you. I heard you were in a bit of trouble out here. Thought I'd come lend a hand. The ninja, still clutching his stomach, lets out a weak groan. Prescott's smile fades, replaced by a look of concern as he takes in the injured player. What the hell happened to him? Prescott asks, his brow furrowing in confusion. You shake your head, unsure of how to explain the bizarre sequence of events that led to this moment. I don't know, Doc. It's like the whole world went crazy for a second. Prescott nods, his expression growing more serious. I've seen some wild things in my career, but this takes the cake. We need to get out of here, before something even worse happens. He turns to your teammates, who have gathered around you, their faces etched with worry and uncertainty. Everyone, follow me, he orders, his voice commanding yet reassuring. We're getting out of the stadium, and we're doing it now. The players hesitate for a moment, looking to you for guidance. You give a nod of approval, and the group begins to move. As you and your teammates follow Dak Prescott off the field, the stadium's eerie atmosphere seems to grow heavier with each step. The once lively crowd now appears as a mass of shadowy figures, their eyes glinting with an unnatural light as they watch your every move. You reach the tunnel leading out of the stadium, the promise of safety and normality just beyond its walls. But as you're about to make your escape, a thunderous roar erupts from the stands. Hundreds of obese British soccer fans, their faces twisted into grotesque sneers, come charging onto the field. The horde of fans, their bellies jiggling and swaying with each step, forms a human wall, blocking your path to the exit. They jeer and taunt, hurling insults and obscene gestures your way. The stench of stale beer and fast food wafts through the air, making your eyes water. Prescott turns to face the crowd, his hands raised in a placating gesture. Now, fellas, let's all just calm down, he says, his voice calm and measured. We don't want any trouble. But the fans are beyond reason, their rage fueled by a twisted sense of loyalty to a game that has long since abandoned them. They press forward, their eyes wild and bloodshot, eager to tear you limb from limb. You feel a surge of panic rising in your chest, the weight of the situation. You scream in alarm as Dak Prescott pulls a flashbang grenade from his pocket and lobs it towards you. Your heart races and your instincts scream at you to dive for cover. But then, a sudden realization hits you. The grenade, arcing through the air, is not headed for you at all. Instead, it's hurtling directly towards the horde of angry, obese British soccer fans blocking your path. The crowd, too focused on their bloodlust, doesn't even notice the imminent danger until it's too late. With a deafening bang, the flashbang explodes amidst the throng of fans. The blinding light and concussive force rip through the crowd, sending the soccer hooligans reeling and stumbling. They clutch at their eyes and ears, their howls of rage turning into cries of pain and disorientation. The explosion creates a gap in their ranks, a narrow corridor of opportunity leading towards the exit. Prescott, quick on his feet, seizes the moment. Go, go, go. He shouts, motioning for you and your teammates to make a run for it. You hesitate for a moment, the instinct to help the injured fan still lingering in the back of your mind. But Prescott's urgency leaves you no choice. You turn and sprint, your feet pounding against the turf as you race towards the tunnel. Behind you, the screams of the disoriented fans mingle with the shouts of your You, Doc Prescott, and your remaining teammates burst out of the stadium, the chaotic sounds of the enraged crowd fading behind you. The cool night air hits your face as you sprint down the empty streets of London, your lungs burning with each gasping breath. Sirens wail in the distance, growing louder by the second. You glance over your shoulder, spotting a fleet of police cars speeding towards your location. Spotlights pierce the darkness, illuminating the road ahead, the beams sweeping back and forth in a desperate search for their cord. Keep moving. Prescott shouts, his voice hoarse from exertion. We need to find a way out of the city, and fast. Your group races down alleyways and across intersections, your feet slapping against the cobblestones in a desperate rhythm. You're no longer just fleeing angry soccer fans. You're now the most wanted men in England, public enemies number one. As you round a corner, you skid to a halt, confronted by a dead end. A towering wall stretches before you, the bricks damp with condensation. Your teammates look to you, their faces etched with fear and uncertainty. You scan the area, desperately searching for an escape route, but none presents itself. The wail of sirens grows louder, the police cars drawing ever closer. You feel the net closing in, the noose tightening around your neck. In this moment of desperation, you realize that your only hope You hear a roar in the distance, a primal sound that sends chills down your spine. Suddenly, a horde of Bengal tigers bursts onto the street, their golden eyes gleaming with ferocity. To your horror, you realize these are no ordinary tigers. They're the Cincinnati Bengals, Joe Burrow's team, transformed into fierce big cats wearing football gear. The tigers charge towards the police, their powerful muscles rippling beneath their striped coats. The officers, caught off guard by this bizarre and terrifying sight, scramble to draw their weapons. But it's too late. The tigers are upon them, their sharp claws and teeth tearing through flesh and metal with brutal efficiency. Screams of pain and terror fill the air, the once mighty police force now reduced to a panicked mob, desperate to escape the jaws of their feline foes. The tigers, driven by an insatiable hunger, chase down their prey, the sounds of snarls and growls mingling with the horrified cries of the doomed officers. You watch in stunned disbelief, your mind struggling to process the surreal scene unfolding before you. The Bengals, once a team of human athletes, have become the apex predators, their football prowess now channeled into a primal display of strength and savagery. As the carnage reaches its peak, a sudden realization hits you. The tigers, fueled by their triumph, begin to turn. As the tigers begin to transform, their powerful frames contorting and twisting, a new set of roars echo through the streets. The air crackles with an otherworldly energy, and the once ferocious felines are replaced by a new horde of beasts, lions, their manes bristling with an untamed ferocity. At the head of this new pride stands Dan Campbell, the Detroit Lions head coach, his eyes blazing with a maniacal intensity. Beside him, Jared Goff, the quarterback, lets out a defiant roar, his voice mingling with the growls of his feline companions. The Lions, driven by the will of their human leaders, turn their attention to you and your group. They stalk forward, their tails swishing menacingly, their claws clicking against the asphalt. The stench of their musk fills the air, a primal scent that turns your stomach and sets your heart racing. Campbell and Goff exchange a glance, a silent communication passing between them. With a final, guttural roar, they command their lions to attack, the beasts launching themselves at you with devastating speed and ferocity. You have mere seconds to react, the lions closing the distance between you with each thunderous step. The weight of the situation bears down on you, the knowledge that this is no longer a game, but a fight for your very survival. As the lions spring towards you, their claws extended and teeth bared, a blinding flash of metal slices through the air. The cyborg ninja moves with inhuman speed and precision, his katana cutting through the feline horde with effortless grace. The lions fall before him, their bodies crumpling to the ground in a shower of sparks and blood. In a matter of moments, the threat is eliminated, the once terrifying beast now nothing more than a pile of twitching, metallic corpses. The cyborg ninja turns to face you, his movements fluid and purposeful. As he approaches, you notice something familiar about his stance, his gait. When he reaches you, he lowers his faceplate, revealing the face of Josh Allen, his eyes gleaming with an unnatural light. "Hey, Mahomes," he says, his voice distorted by the mechanical enhancements in his throat. "Looks like you could use a hand. I figured you might need some muscle, so I took matters into my own cybernetic hands." Allen's expression softens, a hint of his old self shining through the cold, metallic exterior. "Don't worry, I'm still on your side. I've got a score to settle with this twisted world, and I need your help to do it. You in?" The air around you is thick with the stench of blood and singed fur, the bodies of the slain lions. The cyborg ninja's body suddenly erupts in a blinding flash of light and heat. The shockwave sends you and your teammates stumbling, the concussive force nearly knocking you off your feet. When the glare fades and the smoke clears, all that remains of Josh Allen is a cratered patch of asphalt and the charred remnants of his mechanical exoskeleton. You stand there, stunned, the reality of what just happened sinking in. Your gaze drifts to the ground, where a few stray fragments of Allen's robotic body lie scattered. A pang of regret washes over you, the realization that you will never see your friend again hitting you like a physical blow. He was a good man, you mutter, your voice thick with emotion. He did the right thing, even if it cost him everything. Your teammates nod solemnly, each lost in their own thoughts. The weight of Allen's sacrifice hangs heavy in the air, a reminder of the stakes in this twisted game. With a deep breath, you steel yourself for what lies ahead. The path before you is uncertain and fraught with danger, but you know that you must press on, driven by the memory of your fallen comrade and the promise of justice. You turn to Prescott and the rest of the group, your expression hardening with determination. We need to keep moving, you say, your voice firm and resolute. Allen gave his life so that we could. Suddenly, the sound of flapping wings fills the air. A horde of birds, led by the unmistakable figure of Michael Penix, swoops down from the sky, their talons bared and beaks gleaming. The falcons dive towards the remaining tigers, their razor-sharp talons tearing into the feline flesh with brutal efficiency. In moments, the tigers are reduced to a writhing mass of blood and feathers, the falcon's relentless assault leaving no survivors. Penix, his eyes gleaming with a feral intensity, turns to face you and your group, his wings spread wide in a gesture of triumph. But as he opens his beak to speak, a voice from your group rings out, the words echoing through the street like a gunshot. 28-3. The voice shouts, a cruel mockery of the Falcons' infamous Super Bowl collapse. Penix freezes, his eyes wide with shock and betrayal. The other Falcons, too, pause in their triumphant revelry, their heads swiveling towards the source of the taunt. Then, as one, they begin to convulse, their bodies racked with unnatural spasms. The birds let out a chorus of agonized screams, their wings flapping wildly as they claw at their own flesh. Smoke begins to rise from their bodies, the acrid stench of burning feathers filling the air. One by As the portal materializes before you, a swirling vortex of light and energy, you feel a sudden surge of hope. The promised land of American sports, a sanctuary from the chaos and madness that has engulfed the NFL, beckons you forward. Without hesitation, you step through the portal, the rest of your group close behind. The world around you shimmers and shifts, the familiar streets of London melting away to be replaced by a lush, verdant landscape. The air is filled with the scent of freshly cut grass and the distant sound of cheering crowds. As your eyes adjust to the new surroundings, you realize that you're standing on the outfield of a baseball stadium, the green turf stretching out before you like a welcoming embrace. In the distance, you can see the players taking the field, their uniforms a vibrant splash of color against the sea of cheering fans. The crack of the bat and the umpire's calls echo through the air, a familiar rhythm that seems to soothe your frayed nerves. As you walk towards the dugout, the players turn to look at you, their expressions a mix of curiosity and welcome. The coach, a grizzled man with a bushy mustache and a twinkle in his eye, steps forward to greet you. "Welcome to the show, kid," he says, his voice gruff but friendly. "Looks like we could use a quarterback on the mound. You ever played?" You step onto the field, the Astros players eyeing you warily. The coach turns to you, his expression serious. "Listen, Mahomes, I know you're a star in the NFL, but the Astros are a different beast. They've got a team of cheaters, and they're not afraid to do whatever it takes to win." You nod, understanding the gravity of the situation. As you take your place on the mound, the stadium falls silent, the air thick with tension. The batter steps into the box, his eyes narrowed in a challenging glare. You wind up, the ball gripped tightly in your hand. As you release the pitch, you can feel the eyes of the crowd on you, the weight of their expectations heavy on your shoulders. The ball flies towards the plate, a blur of white against the blue sky. But just as it's about to cross the plate, the batter lunges, his bat connecting with a sickening crack. The ball soars over the outfielders, disappearing into the stands as the crowd erupts in cheers. The Astros players pump their fists, their shouts of triumph echoing through the stadium. You feel a wave of frustration wash over you, the realization that you'll have to do better if you want to stop this cheating team from reaching the playoffs. You make your way to the Cleveland Guardians' feet and seat, a nondescript building on the outskirts of the city. The sign outside, once emblazoned with the team's old logo, has been defaced with graffiti, the words Indians scrawled across the faded paint. As you push open the door, a bell jingles overhead, announcing your arrival. The interior is dimly lit, the shelves lined with rusted farming equipment and dust-covered supplies. A man, his face weathered and his eyes weary, looks up from behind a counter. "Can I help you?" he asks, his voice flat and unenthusiastic. You explain your situation, the man's expression growing more concerned with each passing second. "The Guardians. They ain't been the same since they changed the name. It's like the team's lost its soul, you know." He pauses, considering your request. "I might know someone who can help. Give me a minute." The man disappears into the back room, leaving you to wait in the quiet store. Minutes pass, the silence broken only by the ticking of an ancient clock. As you're about to give up hope, the man returns, a folded piece of paper clutched in his hand. "Here," he says, pressing the paper into your palm. "Take this to the old ballpark. Ask for the groundskeeper. He'll know what to do. You arrive at the old ballpark, the crumbling concrete and rusted fences a stark contrast to the gleaming stadiums of today. As you enter the field, you see a man tending to the overgrown grass, his back bent with age and his hands calloused from years of toil. He turns to face you, his eyes narrowing as he takes in your appearance. "You must be Mahomes," he says, his voice a raspy growl. "I've been waiting for you." The groundskeeper steps closer, his face a mask of anger and resentment. "I'm Battler, the former pitcher of the Guardians. I know what it's like to be cheated, to have your dreams stolen by the whims of others. And I know that you've come here for help." Battler's expression darkens, a storm brewing behind his eyes. "But you must understand, Mahomes, that my own journey is intertwined with yours. My revenge against those who wronged me, those who took everything from me, is long overdue. And I will not let anyone, not even the great Patrick Mahomes, stand in my way." He reaches into his pocket, pulling out a worn, leather-bound book. "This is my diary, my record of the crimes committed against me. Take it, read it, and perhaps you will understand the true nature of the game we play." Battler presses. As Battler presses the diary into your hands, his face contorts in sudden pain. He clutches at his chest, his eyes bulging wide with shock and agony. A gurgling gasp escapes his lips, and he collapses to the ground, his body stilling in a final, rigid pose. You stare down at the old man, your heart racing with a mix of horror and confusion. The diary, still clutched in your hand, feels heavy with the weight of its secrets. The silence of the abandoned ballpark is suddenly oppressive, the only sound a distant whisper of the wind through the empty stands. Battler's death, so sudden and unexpected, leaves you reeling. You crouch down, gently prizing the diary from his cold, rigid fingers. The game is rigged, Mahomes. The Astros, the Guardians, they're all just pawns in a twisted scheme. But if you want to beat them, if you want to save the game we both love, you'll have to confront the true mastermind. His name is Goff, and he's waiting for you in the shadows. You feel a chill run down your spine, the realization that your mission, your quest to save the NFL from the clutches of cheaters and corruption, has just taken a dark and dangerous As you continue on your quest, you realize that to confront the true mastermind behind the cheating scandals, you must seek out the legendary old Detroit Tiger, Miguel Cabrera. His wisdom and experience on the field may be the key to unraveling this twisted conspiracy. You set off to find him, your journey taking you through the winding streets and alleys of Detroit. The city is a labyrinth of crumbling brick and faded glory, a once proud metropolis now reduced to a shadow of its former self. As you navigate the narrow pathways, you catch a glimpse of Cabrera in the distance, his imposing figure unmistakable even from afar. You quicken your pace, determined to reach him, but just as you're about to close the distance, he suddenly vanishes, as if swallowed by the very air itself. You search frantically, your heart pounding in your chest, but the legendary player is nowhere to be found. It's as if he was never there at all, just a fleeting vision, a ghostly mirage that has slipped through your fingers. Frustrated and confused, you sink to your knees, the diary clutched tightly in your hand. The pages, once filled with battlers' desperate scribbles, now seem to mock you, their words fading into an indecipherable jumble of ink and madness. You look up, your eyes scanning the horizon, searching for any sign of the man you seek. You and your comrades decide to head to the airport, determined to track down Miguel Cabrera in Detroit. The journey is fraught with peril, as you navigate a world where the lines between reality and madness have blurred. As you enter the terminal, the air is thick with an unsettling energy, the once bustling space now eerily quiet. The fluorescent lights flicker overhead, casting long, ominous shadows across the polished floor. You can hear the distant echoes of screams and the shattering of glass, the sounds of a city in chaos. Your group makes its way through the maze of corridors and gates, the sense of unease growing with each passing moment. Suddenly, a figure emerges from the shadows, his eyes gleaming with a maniacal light. It's Jared Goff, the disgraced quarterback, his face twisted into a sneer. "Going somewhere, Mahomes?" he growls, his voice laced with malice. "I don't think so." Goff lunges at you, his hands outstretched, fingers curled like claws. Behind him, a horde of grotesque, mutated creatures begins to pour out of the shadows, their forms a twisted amalgamation of football players and nightmarish beasts. The airport, once a beacon of hope and escape, has become a trap, a labyrinth designed to ensnare and destroy. You and your comrades must fight your way through the horde, battling the twisted remnants. You and your teammates arrive at the gate, eager to board the flight to Detroit and continue your mission. But as you approach the check-in desk, a group of Astros players, their eyes gleaming with malice, block your path. "Where do you think you're going, Mahomes?" The lead Astros player sneers, his voice laced with contempt. "You think you can just waltz onto our plane? Not a chance." He steps closer, his breath hot on your face. "Doc Prescott, we know you've got a bomb in your luggage. You're not going anywhere. You turn to Prescott, your eyes wide with concern. But before he can respond, a blinding flash erupts from his bag. The sound of shattering glass and rending metal fills the air, followed by a deafening roar that drowns out all other sounds. When the smoke clears, the once bustling airport is a scene of carnage and destruction. Bodies lie strewn across the floor, their faces twisted in agony and shock. The walls are pockmarked with scorch marks, the air thick with the acrid stench of burning flesh and singed hair. You stagger to your feet, your ears ringing and your vision blurred. Prescott, miraculously, is still standing, his face pale and his hands trembling. The Astros players, those who survived the blast, cower in the corners, their bravado. The FAA cancels all flights to Detroit, citing an outbreak of AIDS as the reason. The news spreads like wildfire, panic spreading through the airport as passengers scramble to find alternative ways to reach their destinations. You and your teammates are left stranded, your plans to reach Detroit and confront the cheating Astros put on hold. The once bustling terminal is now a scene of chaos and confusion, with travelers frantically trying to rebook flights or find other means of transportation. The airport authorities, overwhelmed by the sudden crisis, can offer little in the way of assistance. You're left to fend for yourself, trying to navigate the labyrinthine airport and find a way to complete your mission. As you stand in line at the rebooking desk, the weight of the situation bears down on you. The clock is ticking, and with each passing moment, the Astros grow bolder, their cheating schemes spreading like a plague through the world of sports. You look to your teammates, their faces etched with worry and uncertainty. The journey ahead is fraught with peril, and the odds are stacked against you. But you know that you must press on, driven by the memory of those who have fallen and the promise of justice that still burns bright in your heart. The line inches forward, the hours ticking by as you wait for your chance to escape the airport and face the challenges that lie ahead. The road to Detroit, once clear and straightforward, is now empty. As you stand in the chaotic airport, a hand appears before you, its fingers beckoning you closer. You look up, your eyes widening as you take in the sight of the face behind the hand. It's Tom Brady, the GOAT himself, his eyes twinkling with a knowing smile. "I heard you could use a hand, Mahomes," he says, his voice warm and reassuring. "I've got my private jet waiting, ready to take you and your team to Detroit. No need to worry about those cancelled flights or the outbreak." You hesitate for a moment, unsure whether to trust the legendary quarterback. But as you look around at the chaos and fear gripping the airport, you know that Brady's offer might be your only chance to continue your mission. With a nod of gratitude, you take Brady's hand, feeling the strength and warmth of his grip. He leads you and your teammates through the airport, the crowds parting before the GOAT as if by magic. Soon, you find yourselves aboard Brady's luxurious private jet, the plush seats and gleaming interior a welcome respite from the madness outside. As the plane takes off, soaring above the city and towards the distant shores of Detroit, you feel a sense of relief wash over you. Brady sits beside you, his eyes fixed on the horizon. "I've known about the Astros cheating for a long time," he says, his voice low and serious. "Hey." The moment is cut short when a sudden, blinding flash lights up the cabin. Tom Brady's eyes grow wide with horror as he looks out the window, his face pale and his lips moving silently in a prayer. "Oh my God," he breathes, his voice barely audible over the sound of the plane's engines. "It's a nuke. Someone's launched a goddamn nuke." You rush to the window, your heart pounding in your chest as you take in the scene outside. In the distance, a massive fireball blossoms across the horizon, its brilliant light illuminating the underside of the clouds. The shock wave hits a moment later, the plane rocking violently as the concussive force ripples through the air. The pilot, his voice laced with panic, comes over the intercom. "We're losing altitude, we're losing altitude. Brace for impact." You and your teammates cling to your seats, the plane's engine screaming as it struggles to maintain height. The ground rushes up to meet you, the once verdant landscape now a charred and desolate wasteland. As the plane plummets towards the earth, the realization hits you like a physical blow. This is it, the end of the line, the final chapter in the twisted saga of the NFL. You close your eyes, bracing for the inevitable, the sound of the plane's destruction drowned out by the roaring of the flames that consume you.
Whispers in the air tell the tales of the brothers gone. Desolation, devastation. What a mess we made when it all went wrong. Watching from the edge of the circus for the games to begin. Gladiators draw their swords.
And then everyone clapped. Get real.
From their ranks for Armageddon. I'm nuclear. I'm wild. I'm breaking up inside.
You miraculously survive the plane crash, your body aching and your mind reeling from the ordeal. As you stagger out of the wreckage, you find yourself in the heart of Detroit, the once great city now a shadow of its former self. The streets are empty, the buildings crumbling and abandoned. A thick haze hangs in the air, the acrid stench of smoke and decay assaulting your senses. In the distance, the faint sound of gunfire and screams echo through the desolate landscape, a chilling reminder of the chaos that has consumed the world. You and your teammates gather your bearings, the reality of your situation slowly sinking in. You're stranded in a war-torn city, miles away from your destination and with no clear path forward. As you set out to find shelter and supplies, the weight of the mission bears down on you. The Astros, the Guardians, and the other teams implicated in the cheating scandals are still out there, their schemes and manipulations threatening to tear the very fabric of the game you love. You know that you must press on, that the only way to stop the madness is to confront the masterminds behind it all. But as you step into the ruins of Detroit, the task ahead seems more daunting than ever, the odds stacked against you and the fate of the NFL hanging in the balance. You take a deep breath, the cold air filling your lungs as you prepare to face whatever challenges. As the horrific realization of the nuclear warheads shaped like footballs fills the air, you know that the world is on the brink of an apocalypse. The once vibrant cities are now shrouded in an ominous haze, the sounds of panic and despair echoing through the empty streets. You cling to the hope that Battler's diary holds the key to stopping the impending disaster. With each step through the desolate landscape, the weight of the mission grows heavier, the fate of the world resting on your shoulders. The diary, now tattered and worn, is your only guide through the chaos. Its pages, once filled with the old groundskeeper's ramblings, now seem to hold the secrets to unraveling the twisted conspiracy that has brought the world to the brink of annihilation. As you and your teammates make your way through the ruined city, the ground trembling beneath your feet from the distant explosions, you know that the true battle for the soul of the NFL has only just begun. The road ahead is fraught with peril, and the odds are stacked against you, but you press on, driven by the knowledge that the fate of the game, and the world, hangs in the balance. The diary is your only hope, your last chance to confront the masterminds behind the cheating scandals and restore the purity of the game. With each step, you edge closer to the truth, the answers to the mysteries of the NFL's down.
You got the touch. You got the power. Yeah.
You spot a group of cloaked figures in the distance, their voices raised in a haunting chant that echoes through the desolate wasteland. As you draw closer, you hear the word Madden repeated over and over, a desperate plea to the football gods for salvation. The ritual is a chilling sight, the cloaked figures swaying and gyrating in a macabre dance. Their faces are obscured by the shadows of their hoods, their identities hidden behind a veil of secrecy and mystery. You approach them cautiously, your hand resting on the handle of your gun. As you near the edge of their circle, one of the figures turns to face you, his voice rising above the chant. Who goes there? He demands, his voice rough and gravelly. Speak your name and purpose, stranger, or face the wrath of the Madden gods. You hesitate for a moment, the weight of the situation pressing down on you. These people, lost and desperate in the wasteland, have turned to a dark and twisted form of worship, their faith in the game of football perverted into something unrecognizable. But you know that you must press on, that the mission to confront the cheating scandals and restore the purity of the game is more important than ever. With a deep breath, you step forward, your voice steady and resolute. I am Patrick Mahomes, you say, your eyes fixed on the cloak. Upon hearing your name, the cloaked figures drop to their knees, their chanting growing louder and more fervent. A-E-I-O-U, 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 they intone, their voices rising to a fevered pitch. The leader of the group, his face still hidden beneath his hood, reaches out a trembling hand towards you. You are the chosen one, he murmurs, his voice filled with reverence and fear. The one who will save us from the darkness that has befallen the NFL. As the chanting reaches a crescendo, a blinding light erupts from the center of the circle. The figures scatter, their robes billowing in the sudden wind. As the light fades, you find yourself standing alone, the diary clutched tightly in your hand. The wasteland stretches out before you, the ruins of Detroit a distant memory. You know that the path ahead is fraught with danger, but you also know that you must press on, driven by the knowledge that you are the only one who can save the game you love. With a deep breath, you step forward, the weight of the diary heavy in your hands. The journey to confront the masterminds behind the cheating scandals is long and arduous, but you are ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead, guided by the words of Battler and the hope of a brighter future for the NFL. Your heart sinks as you flip through the pages of Battler's diary, the old groundskeeper's erotic gay fanfiction starring himself and some bald assassin, leaving you stunned and disappointed. This can't be the key to saving the NFL from the cheating scandals that threaten to tear it apart. But just as you're about to give up hope, a faint glimmer of something catches your eye. Nestled between the steamy passages is a hidden compartment, the leather-bound journal concealing a secret. Your fingers tremble as you pry it open, revealing a crumpled piece of paper inside. Unfolding the note with bated breath, you scan the contents, your eyes widening with each passing second. It's a map, a diagram of the underground tunnels and secret passages that crisscross the city. The paths lead to a hidden bunker, a sanctuary where the truth about the cheating scandals is said to be stored. A smile spreads across your face as the realization hits you. Perhaps, just perhaps, there is still hope after all. With the map in hand and the weight of the mission pressing down on you, you know that the journey to confront the masterminds behind the cheating scandals has only just begun. You tuck the map into your pocket, the diary still clutched tightly in your other hand. The path ahead is shrouded in mystery and danger, but you are ready to face whatever challenges lie in wait, guided by the
darkness and silence through the night. What a thrill.
As you make your way through the desolate wasteland, seeking allies to join your quest, you come across a group of battered and weary baseball players. Their once pristine uniforms are tattered and torn, their faces etched with the same desperation and hope that you feel in your own heart. One of them, a tall and broad-shouldered figure, steps forward to greet you. "I'm Buster Posey," he says, extending a calloused hand. "We've heard whispers of your mission, Mahomes. Of your fight against the cheating that has poisoned the very soul of the NFL." The other players nod in agreement, their eyes fixed on you with a mixture of awe and determination. "We may come from different worlds," Posey continues, "but we know the pain of betrayal and the importance of standing up for what's right. If you'll have us, we'd be honored to fight by your side." You feel a swell of emotion in your chest, the knowledge that you are not alone in this battle. With Buster Posey and his teammates by your side, you know that the odds of confronting the masterminds behind the cheating scandals have shifted in your favor. Together, you set out into the wasteland, the map in your hand and the diary clutched to your chest. The journey ahead is long and fraught with danger, but with each step, you feel the strength and resilience.
Someday you'll feed on a tree frog. It's ordeal, the trial to survive. For the day we see new light, I give my life, not for honor, but for you. In my time, there'll be no one else. Crime, it's the way I'd lie to you. I'm still in a dream, snake eater.
Your attempt to eat something results in a flurry of items being sent flying from your pack. A half-eaten energy bar, a crumpled map, and a spare set of socks go tumbling through the air before clattering to the ground at your feet. The sudden commotion startles your companions, who turn to stare at you with a mix of confusion and concern. What was that? Posey asks, his brow furrowing as he surveys the scattered contents of your pack. Are you all right, Ma Holmes? You look a bit rattled. You feel a flush of embarrassment creep up your neck, the realization that your impulsive eat has drawn unwanted attention to your actions. With a sheepish smile, you quickly gather up the scattered items, tucking them back into your pack and hoping to move on from the awkward moment. The journey continues, but the memory of your impulsive outburst lingers, a reminder of the importance of caution and deliberation in the face of the challenges that lie ahead. You sheepishly apologize to Posey and the others, explaining your recent groggy state due to lack of praise from your usual commentators. They nod in understanding, having experienced their own share of media scrutiny in the past. As you all continue on your journey, you can't shake the feeling of unease that comes with the knowledge that the path ahead is treacherous and uncertain. But with each step, you feel the strength and determination of your newfound allies, their presence a beacon of hope in the face of the challenges that lie ahead. The wasteland stretches out before you, a desolate landscape of crumbling buildings and twisted metal. But as you press onward, guided by the map in your hand and the diary clutched to your chest, you know that you are one step closer to confronting the truth behind the cheating scandals that threaten to tear the NFL apart. With Buster Posey and his teammates by your side, you know that the battle for the soul of the game is far from over, but you are ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead, armed with the knowledge that you are not alone in your fight for justice and truth. You set out to recruit the big rivals of the Astros, the Texas Rangers and Seattle Mariners, to join your cause against the cheating scandal. But as you approach their stadiums, you find them abandoned and dilapidated, the once proud franchises now reduced to shells of their former selves. Inside the Rangers' Globe Life Field, you discover a lone figure hunched over a bat, his eyes distant and haunted. It's Nolan Ryan, the legendary pitcher, his once fierce gaze now clouded with despair. "The Astros have stolen everything from us," he says, his voice barely a whisper. "Our dignity, our fans, our very reason for being. There's nothing left to fight for." In the Mariners' T-Mobile Park, you find a similar scene, the once vibrant home of the M's now a shadow of its former glory. The players have long since abandoned the field, leaving behind a desolate expanse of cracked concrete and faded grass. As you stand amidst the ruins of the Rangers and Mariners, you feel a sinking sensation in your chest. Without these once great rivals to stand against the Astros, the battle for the soul of the game seems more daunting than ever. But even as you turn to leave, you notice a glimmer of hope in the distance. A faint light, flickering like a beacon in the darkness. It could be nothing, but as you move towards it, you feel a spark. You and your army of forgotten sports superstars enter the twisting tunnel, the passage leading deeper into the earth. The air grows colder and more humid with each step, the faint echoes of long-forgotten cheers and triumphs reverberating off the ancient stone walls. As you round a final corner, the tunnel opens up into a vast, yawning chasm. You stare out over the edge, your eyes widening at the sight that unfolds before you. It's an underworld of sorts, a twisted landscape made up of the ruined arenas and stadiums of forgotten sports, all layered and intertwined into a nightmarish patchwork of decaying concrete and rusted steel. In the distance, you can make out the crumbling stands of an ancient coliseum, its once proud marble columns now reduced to jagged shards. To your left, the skeleton of a long-abandoned ballpark looms, its rotting bleachers overgrown with twisted vines and gnarled trees. And in the center of it all, a massive, circular pit yawns, its depths shrouded in an ominous mist. You feel a chill run down your spine as you realize the true nature of this place. It's a repository of sorts, a twisted graveyard where the memories and dreams of 1,000 forgotten athletes lie entombed, their spirits bound to the ruined arenas and stadiums that were once their stage. But even you arrive at the entrance to Battler's hidden bunker, the weight of the mission pressing down on you. As you step inside, you're greeted by a wall of photos documenting Battler's illustrious career as a pitcher, his triumphs and achievements immortalized in silver frames. In the center of the room, a grand portrait hangs, capturing a moment of camaraderie between Battler and a mysterious bald assassin. The caption beneath reads "Pitcher and Catcher," a cryptic message that sends a chill down your spine. You rummage through the bunker, searching for any clues or hidden messages that might point you towards the truth behind the Astros cheating scandals. As you scan the room, your eyes fall upon a black light, its presence drawing your attention. With a growing sense of anticipation, you shine the light across the walls, the hidden details and messages slowly revealing themselves. Amongst the shadows, you discover the key to unraveling the Astros scheme, the final piece of the puzzle that will lead you to confront the masterminds behind the corruption. As you stare at the evidence before you, a sense of satisfaction washes over you. The Astros, those who have cheated and manipulated their way to success, will finally face justice. The road ahead is still long and fraught with danger, but with this crucial clue in hand, you know that the end of their reign is near. As you sift through the hidden files and documents in Battler's bunker, your eyes fall upon a set of blueprints that make your blood run cold. The schematics detail the plans for a monstrous machine, a bipedal robot dubbed Metal Gear Houston. This abomination is capable of stealing both baseball signs and football plays, an earth-shattering weapon designed to destroy the very spirit of sports from anywhere in the world. The implications are staggering, the potential for destruction and corruption almost unfathomable. With this weapon in their grasp, the Astros and their nefarious allies could manipulate the outcome of games with a flick of a switch, their cheating schemes elevated to a whole new level of treachery. You feel a sense of dread wash over you as you realize the true depths of the conspiracy you're up against. The road ahead will be fraught with peril, the battle for the soul of the NFL more daunting than ever. But with this vital clue in hand, you know that you must press on, driven by the knowledge that you are the only one who can stop the Astros and their sinister plot before it's too late. You stare at the message, your mind reeling. The Astros, those vile cheaters, have the audacity to make such a brazen demand. The remains of Madden, the precious vaccine for Chief D, and a ludicrous sum of money, their demands are a slap in the face to everything the NFL stands for. You can't help but laugh at the sheer audacity of their request. As if the NFL would ever stoop so low as to negotiate with terrorists, let alone meet their outrageous demands. The very idea is laughable, a testament to the arrogance and hubris of the Astros and their nefarious allies. But as you ponder their message, a nagging feeling of unease begins to creep into your mind. What if they're not bluffing? What if they truly have the power to bring the NFL to its knees, to destroy everything you hold dear with the flick of a switch or the twitch of a finger? The thought is too horrifying to contemplate, the potential consequences too devastating to fathom. But as you sit there, staring at the screen, you know that you must find a way to confront this threat, to stop the Astros and their sinister plans before it's too late. With a heavy heart and a determined spirit, you set out to gather your allies, to rally the forgotten sports stars and forge a plan to thwart the Astros scheme. The road ahead will You emerge from the twisted tunnel, the weight of the mission pressing down on you. As you gather your allies, the forgotten sports stars and champions from across the land, you lay out the dire situation before them. The Astros, those vile cheaters, have built a monstrous weapon, a bipedal robot capable of stealing the very essence of sports itself. The Metal Gear Houston threatens to destroy everything the NFL stands for, to corrupt the games and manipulate the outcomes for their own gain. But you have a plan, a strategy to thwart their sinister scheme and restore the purity of the game. You and your allies gather in secret, formulating a daring assault on the Astros' stronghold. The Rangers, the Mariners, and the other forgotten teams will provide the muscle, while you and a select few will infiltrate the enemy's base and strike at the heart of their operation. The mission is fraught with danger, the odds stacked against you. But with the knowledge of the truth behind the Astros cheating and the power of your allies, you know that you have a fighting chance to stop them before it's too late. With a final rallying cry, you lead your army of forgotten champions towards the Astros base, the weight of the mission heavy in your hearts. The battle for the soul of the NFL has begun, and only you can lead the charge to victory. The tunnel begins to collapse, the ancient walls crumbling under the weight of time and the passage of your group. Rocks and debris rain down from above, the once solid path now a treacherous obstacle course. You and your allies quicken your pace, dodging the falling rubble and racing towards the exit. The sounds of cracking stone and groaning metal fill the air, the tunnel's structure weakening with each passing second. Just as you reach the mouth of the passage, a massive section of the roof gives way, a tidal wave of dirt and debris rushing towards you. You barely manage to dive out of the way, the force of the collapse nearly knocking you off your feet. As the dust settles, you turn back to see the entrance to the tunnel, now a mound of rubble and debris. The path to Battler's bunker is blocked, the hidden clues and evidence of the Astros schemes now entombed beneath the ruins. You feel a sense of despair wash over you, the realization that your mission may have come to an abrupt end. But as you stare at the collapsed tunnel, a flicker of hope catches your eye. There, amidst the wreckage, a glint of metal catches the light, a hidden compartment in the tunnel's wall, untouched by the collapse. With renewed determination, you rush towards the compartment, prying it open to reveal a final clue, a message from Battler himself. The path may be blocked. You stare at the collapsed tunnel, the weight of the mission pressing down on you. The path to Battler's bunker is blocked, the hidden clues and evidence of the Astros schemes now entombed beneath the ruins. But as you survey the wreckage, a glimmer of hope catches your eye. There, amidst the debris, a hidden compartment in the tunnel's wall has survived the collapse. With a sense of trepidation, you pry open the compartment, revealing a final message from Battler himself. The path may be blocked, but the true trial lies below, it reads, the words chilling you to the core. You know that the only way forward is to descend into the twisted depths of the sports underworld, to venture deeper into the heart of the corruption that threatens to consume the NFL. The journey will be fraught with peril, the dangers and challenges unknown. But with a heavy heart and a determined spirit, you lead your allies into the abyss, the weight of the mission hanging over you like a dark cloud. The battle for the soul of the game has only just begun, and only you can light the way to victory. You're confronted by the Astros leader, Jose Altuve, who gained 2 inches by piloting the Metal Gear Houston. He sneers at you, his eyes glinting with malice. You thought you could stop us, Mahomes? We're too powerful now, thanks to our new weapon. He raises the Metal Gear's massive arm, the threat clear. You and your ragtag team don't stand a chance against the might of the Astros. Give up now and maybe we'll go easy on you. You feel a surge of anger at Altuve's arrogance, but you also know that he's right, the odds seem impossible. Your allies stand by you, their faces set with determination, but you can see the doubt in their eyes. The Metal Gear looms over you, a testament to the Astros' twisted genius and unchecked ambition. You realize that there's only one way forward, to confront Altuve directly and expose the truth behind his scheme. But as you step forward, ready to face him head-on, a sudden explosion rocks the arena, the shockwave nearly knocking you off your feet. Altuve's eyes widen in surprise as a massive, hulking figure emerges from the smoke, its armor glinting in the harsh light. It's Metal Gear Houston, but not as you've ever seen it before. The machine has been heavily modified, it's once SLE. You quickly assemble an ancient basketball mecha, the clunky machine groaning and rattling to life as you power it up. With a surge of adrenaline, you pilot the mecha towards the Astros base, your army of forgotten sports stars following close behind. But as you approach the Metal Gear Houston, you realize that the battle is far from evenly matched. The Astros machine towers over your ancient basketball mecha, its armor gleaming and its weapons primed for destruction. You command your allies to take cover as the Metal Gear opens fire, a barrage of high-tech missiles and energy beams tearing through the air. The basketball mecha's defenses are no match for the Astros' advanced weaponry, and you can feel the machine shuddering under the onslaught. But even as the battle rages on, you know that there's still a chance to turn the tide. With a roar of defiance, you charge the Metal Gear head-on, determined to strike at its heart. The ancient basketball mecha lurches forward, its joints creaking and its motors whining, as you ready your final attack. You slam down on the big red button with a resounding thud. The basketball mech's chest plate slides open, revealing a hidden camera. The lens glints in the harsh light as it begins to whir and click, its focus locking onto the Astros base. On the screen, a live feed springs to life, the camera capturing every moment of the battle in stunning detail. You can see the shock and confusion on Altov's face as he realizes that his scheme is being broadcast to the world, his arrogant sneer replaced by a look of sheer panic. Your army watches in awe as the footage spreads, the truth behind the Astros' cheating and manipulation laid bare for all to see. The once fearless leader is now exposed, his reign of terror crumbling before your eyes. With the evidence of their crimes on display, the Astros' hold over the NFL begins to weaken. Fans and critics alike rally behind your cause, their voices raised in support of justice and the purity of the game. As the battle rages on, you know that the tide has turned in your favor. The Astros' metal machine may still pose a threat, but with the truth on your side, you're one step closer to defeating them once and for all. You nod grimly at Meltzer's words, the weight of the accusation settling heavily in your mind. The Astros, those vile cheaters, have taken their corruption to a whole new level. To think that they would stoop so low as to construct a massive mecha to steal plays and manipulate the games is a staggering revelation. You can see the shock and anger on the faces of your allies, their eyes widening at the implications of Meltzer's statement. The Astros have crossed a line, their arrogance and greed knowing no bounds. But as you stand there, the fire of righteous fury burning in your heart, you know that there's only one path forward. With a determined set to your jaw, you turn to your fellow sports stars, their faces set with a matching sense of resolve. We can't let this stand, you say, your voice ringing out across the room. The Astros have taken everything from us, from the purity of the game itself. But we have the truth on our side, and that's something they can never take away from us. Your allies nod in agreement, their eyes flashing with a newfound sense of purpose. Together, you set out to gather more evidence, to build a case against the Astros and their sinister schemes. The road ahead is long and fraught with danger, but with the knowledge of the truth and the strength of your allies, you know that you can overcome any obstacle. Suddenly, the wall behind you explodes in a shower of concrete and steel as Metal Gear Madden bursts through, its armor gleaming in the harsh light. From the cockpit, the unmistakable figure of Tom Brady emerges, a sinister grin on his face. Did you really think you could take on the Astros without me, Mahomes? He taunts, the machine's cannon swiveling to face the Astros' metal beast. In a blur of motion, the Metal Gear Madden fires a high-speed football from its railgun, the projectile slamming into the Houston with a deafening clang. The force of the impact sends the Astros machine reeling, its cockpit door flying open in a shower of sparks. But as the smoke clears, you stare in shock at the figure revealed inside. It's not just some nameless pilot, but a face you recognize all too well, the enigmatic battler, his eyes glinting with a mix of defiance and resignation. What's going on? You demand, your mind reeling at this unexpected twist. I thought you were on our side, Battler. Why are you piloting the Astros machine? Battler's face remains impassive, his gaze fixed on a point just beyond your shoulder. The truth is more complicated than you know, Mahomes, he says, his voice echoing from Tom Brady stares at you, a look of confusion and annoyance on his face. What are you talking about, Mahomes? This isn't the time or place for philosophical musings. We have a battle to win and a cheating scandal to expose. He turns back to the controls of the Metal Gear Madden, his fingers dancing across the console as he prepares for the next attack. But even as the clash between the two metal giants continues to rage, you can't shake the feeling that there's something more at play here, some deeper connection between you and Brady that transcends the boundaries of competition. Could it be that, in the heat of battle and the crucible of the NFL, a spark of love has been ignited? The thought is both exhilarating and terrifying, a distraction from the pressing demands of the moment. As the roar of cannons and the crackle of energy weapons fill the air, you know that you must push such thoughts aside and focus on the task at hand. The fate of the NFL hangs in the balance, and only by working together can you hope to emerge victorious. You activate the emergency beacon, calling for backup from the hidden forces you've assembled in secret. Within moments, the sound of metal clanking on metal fills the air as Gray Fox, the cybernetic ninja created by the Fox News Network, emerges from the shadows. The sleek, black-clad figure moves with inhuman speed and precision, his cybernetic enhancements gleaming in the harsh light of the battlefield. With a fluid motion, Gray Fox draws a pair of razor-sharp katanas, their blades gleaming with deadly intent. I am Gray Fox, the ninja intones, his voice a cold, mechanical rasp. Sent to eliminate the Astros and their treacherous leader, Battler. The path to victory will be paved with their blood. He springs into action, his blades flashing as he races towards the battle. But as Gray Fox closes in on the Astros machine, a sudden burst of energy explodes from the cockpit, the force of the blast sending the ninja skidding across the ground. You watch in horror as a figure emerges from the wreckage, his armor singed and his eyes blazing with fury. It's Battler, the enigmatic mastermind behind the Astros scheme, his face twisted into a snarl of defiance. You thought you could defeat me with mere machines and mechanical men. He taunts, drawing a pair of energy-infused tonfas from his belt. Ray Fox's mask slides open, revealing the unmistakable face of Agent 47. The cold, mechanical rasp of his voice gives way to a familiar gruffness. "I played college ball, you know." 47 drawls, cracking his knuckles as he stares down Battler. "Guess we're gonna see who really runs this show." He lunges forward, his cybernetic enhancements whirring to life as he closes the distance between himself and the Astros leader. The clash of metal on metal rings out across the battlefield as 47's blades collide with Battler's energy-infused tonfas, the air crackling with the force of their exchange. You're playing a high-stakes NFL game when a Fortnite ninja appears, cackling as you miss a field goal. He taunts that he rigged the game. As the stadium warps, you call him out on his lopsided haircut. A gust of wind and pulsing energy sends the world into chaos. You kick the ball so hard it flies into the ninja's stomach, killing him. Doc Prescott arrives to help you escape, but they're halted by a horde of angry, obese British soccer fans. Doc tosses a flashbang grenade, blowing up the fans and creating an opening for you to flee the stadium. You stare at the collapsed tunnel, the weight of the mission pressing down on you. The path to Battler's bunker is blocked, the hidden clues and evidence of the Astros schemes now entombed beneath the ruins. But as you survey the wreckage, a glimmer of hope catches your eye. There, amidst the debris, a hidden compartment in the tunnel's wall has survived the collapse. With a sense of trepidation, you pry open the compartment, revealing a final message from Battler himself. The path may be blocked, but the true trial lies below, it reads, the words chilling you to the core. You know that the only way forward is to descend into the twisted depths of the sports underworld, to venture deeper into the heart of the corruption that threatens to consume the NFL. The journey will be fraught with peril, the dangers and challenges unknown. But with a heavy heart and a determined spirit, you lead your allies into the abyss, the weight of the mission hanging over you like a dark cloud. The battle for the soul of the game has only just begun, and only you can light the way to victory. You emerge from the twisted tunnel, the weight of the mission pressing down on you. As you gather your allies, the forgotten sports stars and champions from across the land, you lay out the dire situation before them. The Astros, those vile cheaters, have built a monstrous weapon, As you and your allies emerge from the tunnel, you're confronted by the Astros leader, Jose Altuve, who gained 2 inches by piloting the Metal Gear Houston. He sneers at you, his eyes glinting with malice. You thought you could stop us, Mahomes? We're too powerful now, thanks to our new weapon. He raises the Metal Gear's massive arm, the threat clear. You and your ragtag team don't stand a chance against the might of the Astros. Give up now and maybe we'll go easy on you. You feel a surge of anger at Altuve's arrogance, but you also know that he's right, the odds seem impossible. Your allies stand by you, their faces set with determination, but you can see the doubt in their eyes. The Metal Gear looms over you, a testament to the Astros' twisted genius and unchecked ambition. You realize that there's only one way forward, to confront Altuve directly and expose the truth behind his scheme. But as you step forward, ready to face him head-on, a sudden explosion rocks the arena, the shockwave nearly knocking you off your feet. Altuve's eyes widen in surprise as a massive, hulking figure emerges from the smoke, its armor glinting in the harsh light. It's Metal Gear Houston, but not as you've ever seen it before. As the recap of events continues to unfold, you and Tom Brady decide to take a moment to clear your heads. You grab a football and head out onto the field, the sounds of the battle fading into the background as you focus on the simple act of tossing the ball back and forth. Brady's hands are steady as always, his catches precise and his throws spot on. It's a moment of calm in the midst of the chaos, a chance to reconnect with the game that you both love so much. But even as you lose yourself in the rhythm of the catch, you can't shake the feeling that something is off. The ball feels heavier in your hands, the field seeming to warp and shift around you with each passing second. Suddenly, a gust of wind tears through the stadium, the force of it nearly knocking you off your feet. The air crackles with energy, a pulsing, otherworldly force that sends shivers down your spine. Did you feel that? Brady asks, his eyes wide with a blend of confusion and trepidation. It's like the very fabric of reality is coming undone. You nod, your heart pounding in your chest as the world around you begins to spin and twist, the once familiar field now a swirling vortex of madness and mayhem. The battle with the Astros and their metal machine may be far from over, but it seems that the true trials of your journey are only just beginning. You stir awake, your head throbbing as you struggle to recall your surroundings. The last thing you remember is the battle between the Metal Gears Houston and Madden, the sound of their clashing metal still ringing in your ears. As you sit up, a wave of dizziness washes over you, your vision swimming as you try to regain your bearings. The arena around you is a mess, debris and twisted metal strewn across the field, evidence of the epic clash that took place in your absence. Mahomes. A familiar voice calls out, and you turn to see Tom Brady rushing towards you, his face etched with concern. Thank God you're okay. We thought the worst when you didn't wake up after the fight. You take a moment to collect your thoughts, the memories of your dream still fresh in your mind. The recap, the battle, the strange twist of events, It all feels like a distant echo, a fleeting glimpse into a reality that may or may not have been. But as you stand up, your legs shaky and unsteady, you know that one thing is certain, the fight against the Astros and their sinister schemes is far from over. With a determined set to your jaw, you turn to Brady, ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead. Let's finish this, you say, your voice steady and resolute. It's time to take back what's ours and restore the You shake your head, the weight of the battle still heavy on your mind. As much as you'd like to simply walk away and forget this nightmare, you know that the fight against the Astros and their corruption is far from over. The Ravens may be your next opponents on the field, but the true enemy lies elsewhere. With a heavy sigh, you turn to Brady, your eyes locked with his in a moment of understanding. You're right, you say, your voice soft but determined. We can't just walk away. There's too much at stake, too much that needs to be done to set things right. You take a deep breath, steeling yourself for the challenges that lie ahead. The road may be long and fraught with danger, but you know that you have the strength and the determination to see it through. Let's finish this, you say, your voice ringing out across the ruined stadium. Together, we'll take back what's ours and restore the purity of the game. Brady nods, a grim smile on his face as he claps you on the shoulder. I'm with you, Mahomes. Let's show these cheaters what true sportsmanship is all about. With renewed purpose, you and Brady set out to gather your allies, to forge a plan to confront the Astros once and for all. The battle may have ended, but the war is only just beginning. The basketball mecha and Metal Gear Madden begin a complex, elaborate Gatai sequence, their mechanical forms locking together with a series of clanks and whirs. Joints and panels shift and slide, the two machines merging into a single, towering entity. As the transformation completes, you find yourself staring at a massive, bipedal mecha that stands at least twice the height of the Metal Gear Houston. Its armor is a patchwork of basketball-themed panels and football-inspired plating, the unlikely combination resulting in a fearsome, imposing form. In the mecha's cockpit, you and Brady settle into the controls, your hands gripping the joysticks and your eyes scanning the array of monitors and gauges. The machine hums with power, its systems primed and ready for battle. You ready for this? Brady asks, a hint of excitement in his voice. It's now or never, Mahomes. You nod, a sense of determination welling up inside you. Let's do this, you say, your finger hovering over the throttle. Time to show the Astros what real power looks like. With a roar of engines and a burst of flame, the combined mecha lurches forward, its strides eating up the distance between it and the Astros base. The battle for the soul of the NFL has reached its climax, and only you and Brady can tip the scales in favor of justice and fairness. 47's crude remark sends both mechas into a fit of rage. Their internal systems begin to overload, the machines convulsing and sparking with unchecked energy. You dare insult our glorious forms. The basketball mecha screeches, its voice distorted by static. You'll pay for such blasphemy. In a final, explosive burst, the mechas erupt in a blinding flash of light and a thunderous roar. Shrapnel and debris rain down on the battlefield as the machines obliterate themselves in a final display of fury and spite. You and Brady rise to your feet, a newfound determination in your eyes. You're right, Brady says, his voice firm. We don't need these machines. It's time to show the Astros what we're really made of. Together, you step forward, your hands raised in a gesture of challenge. The Astros look at each other, unsure of how to react, as you continue to advance, your faces set with resolve. Is that all you've got? You taunt, your voice ringing out across the battlefield. We've faced tougher challenges on the field, and we've always come out on top. You think your cheating ways can stand against the power of true sportsmanship and skill? The Astros waver, their confidence shaken by your bold display. They look to Jose Altuve, waiting for a command, but their leader seems at a loss for words, his eyes darting between you and his own team. With a final, defiant step, you and Brady stand at the edge of the Astros' territory, ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead. Come on, then, Brady says, his voice a low growl. Let's settle this like real men, on the field of play. No cheating, no tricks, just us against you, skill against skill. The air is thick with tension as the Astros weigh their options, the outcome of this confrontation hanging in the balance. You can. '47's sudden attack catches Battler off guard. The ninja's face contorts in pain as the brutal slap sends him reeling. Battler stumbles back, his cybernetic eyes flashing with anger and disbelief. What the hell do you think you're doing, you hack job? Battler snarls, his hands balling into fists. But before he can retaliate, 47 moves with lightning speed, his gloved hand reaching out to unzip Battler's cybernetic sniper rifle. The sound of zipping metal fills the air as 47 reveals the weapon's inner workings, its high-tech components gleaming in the harsh light. Battler's face twists in a blend of horror and rage, his gaze fixed on the exposed rifle. Get your hands off my gear, you goddamn pretender. Battler shouts, lunging forward in an attempt to reclaim his weapon. But 47 is too quick, his reflexes honed by years of deadly combat. With a fluid motion, he sidesteps Battler's attack, his hands still probing the depths of the cybernetic sniper rifle. Looks like a regular piece of junk to me, 47 sneers, his voice cold and mocking. Not nearly as impressive as my own hardware. He steps back, allowing Battler to zip up his rifle, a cruel smile playing across his lips. As 47 and Battler's rifles come together, a sudden spark of energy crackles between the weapons, the air humming with an otherworldly power. The two men stare at each other, their eyes locked in a battle of wills, as the tension builds to an unbearable level. Without warning, the rifles begin to merge, their components twisting and reshaping until they form a single, hybrid weapon. The sight of this unnatural union sends shivers down the spines of all who witness it, a chilling reminder of the dark forces at work in this twisted world. Battler's face contorts in a blend of disgust and disbelief, his fingers curling around the grip of the new weapon. "What the hell is this?" he growls, his voice laced with revulsion. "I didn't agree to this." 47 simply smirks, his eyes gleaming with a blend of amusement and malice. "Looks like fate has a sense of humor, doesn't it?" he drawls, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Or maybe it's just the power of true love, bringing two great weapons together at last." He steps back, allowing Battler to examine the hybrid rifle, his gaze fixed on the other man's face. "But hey, don't look a gift horse in the mouth, right? Who knows, maybe this thing will turn out to be your key to victory. Or maybe it'll just blow." You and Tom Brady decide to play some catch while the recapping continues. Not this one either. You and Tom Brady decide to play some catch while the recapping continues. As the recapping continues, you and Tom Brady decide to take a break and play some catch on the field. The cool evening air feels refreshing after the long day of battle and intrigue. Brady's passes are as precise as ever, the ball spiraling through the air with perfect rotation. As you focus on the rhythm of the game, the sound of the recapping fades into the background. The world around you seems to still, the only movement the gentle sway of the grass and the occasional flap of a distant bird. But suddenly, a gust of wind tears through the stadium, the force of it nearly knocking you off your feet. The air crackles with energy, a pulsing, otherworldly force that sends shivers down your spine. Did you feel that? Brady asks, his eyes wide with concern. It's like the very fabric of reality is coming undone. You nod, your heart pounding in your chest as the world around you begins to spin and twist, the once familiar field now a swirling vortex of madness and mayhem. The battle with the Astros and their metal machine may be far from over, but it seems that the true trials of your journey are only just beginning. '47's energetic field washes over Battler's face, the force of it causing the Astros leader to stumble back, his eyes wide with shock and revulsion. What the hell are you doing? Battler sputters, his voice laced with disgust. Get that thing away from me. But 47 simply smirks, his eyes gleaming with a blend of amusement and malice. Relax, Battler, he drawls, his voice dripping with sarcasm. It's not gay if the ions don't touch. Besides, I thought you liked a little pain with your pleasure. The air crackles with tension as 47's field continues to envelop Battler, the other man's face contorting in a blend of anger and discomfort. It's clear that the ninja's power is taking its toll, the energy sapping Battler's strength and will to resist. But even as Battler struggles against the onslaught, a strange look of acceptance crosses his face. His eyes lock with 47's, a spark of defiance flickering in their depths. You may have me at a disadvantage, Agent 47, Battler says, his voice a low growl. But mark my words, this isn't over. You and I will settle this, one way or another. The energy field dissipates, leaving Battler gasping for breath and 47 standing tall, his As the flashbacks and memories of the intense gay sex continue to flood your mind, you and Brady can no longer ignore the undeniable truth of what has transpired. The once pristine field of battle is now a chaotic mess of twisted metal and shattered dreams, a testament to the power of forbidden love. You sink to your knees, your tears flowing freely as the weight of your actions bears down upon you. Brady joins you, his own eyes glistening with the pain of 1,000 unspoken words. Together, you begin to sing, your voices rising in a haunting, harmonious melody that echoes across the ruined stadium. Oh, say can you see, by the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming? Whose broad stripes and bright stars, through the perilous fight, with the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave, o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? The lyrics ring out, a poignant reminder of the ideals that once drove you, the dreams that once filled your hearts. But as the final notes fade away, you know that those dreams have been tarnished, corrupted by the very forces you sought to destroy. You rise to your feet, your eyes locking with Brady's in a moment of shared understanding. It. And then everyone clapped. Get real. As Christopher Robin takes the mound, the air grows heavy with anticipation. His eyes gleam with a sinister intensity as he winds up, his arm coiling like a spring before unleashing a fastball of pure negativity. The pitch rockets towards battler and 47, its path marked by a trail of dark energy. Both men try to dodge, but it's too late, the ball strikes them squarely, the impact sending shockwaves through their very beings. Battler and 47's forms begin to disintegrate, their bodies fading away as the negative ions consume them from the inside out. Their screams echo through the stadium, a final testament to the horror of their fate. And then, they're gone, deleted from history as if they had never existed at all. The Astros cheer, their victory complete. But you and Brady know that the true battle has only just begun. With a heavy heart, you turn to face the next challenge, the weight of the future heavy on your shoulders. History and memories of 47 and Battler are wiped from everyone's minds, their existence erased as if they had never been. You and Brady stand alone, the weight of your triumph and loss hanging heavy in the air. The Astros celebrate their victory, the sound of their cheers ringing hollow in your ears. You know that this is not the end, that the true battle for the soul of the NFL is only just beginning. With a heavy heart, you turn to Brady, your eyes locking with his in a moment of shared understanding. It's time to move forward, you say, your voice a low murmur. To build something new, something better. Brady nods, a determined set to his jaw. Together, we'll make it happen, he says, his voice ringing with conviction. We'll show the world what true sportsmanship is all about. As you walk off the field, the memory of 47 and Battler fading into the mist of time, you know that the road ahead will be long and difficult. But with Brady by your side, you're ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead, to forge a new path for the NFL and for all who love the game. And so, with a final look back at the stadium, you step into the unknown, ready to take on whatever the future may bring. Suddenly, a shimmering portal opens in the air, and Timmy Turner emerges, his eyes wide with excitement. "Timmy, what are you doing here?" you ask, a blend of confusion and annoyance in your voice. But Timmy just grins, his hands glowing with magical energy. "Don't worry, Ma Holmes," he says, his voice filled with confidence. "I've got this." He snaps his fingers, and the world around you begins to spin in reverse, the negative ions reversing their path and Battler and 47's forms coalescing back into existence. But as the two men regain their solidity, Timmy's expression shifts to one of deep thought. "You know," he says, his voice taking on a dreamy quality. "It's kind of like Quidditch. All that flying and dodging and chasing after a ball. But instead of a ball, it's a bunch of people running around with guns and knives and stuff. And instead of a quaffle, it's like, I dunno, a football or something. But like, without the flying. Or the magic. Or the brooms. Or the snitch. Or the Hogwarts houses. Or the wands." You hold up a hand, cutting off Timmy's rambling before he can delve even deeper into his Quidditch-centric musings. "Timmy," you say, "you're As Timmy's wish is reversed, the world around you shudders and groans, the fabric of reality itself straining to accommodate the sudden change. But just as the universe seems to stabilize, a new threat emerges. From the depths of the Astro's base, the Metal Gear Houston rises, its metallic form gleaming with malice and intent. Without warning, a hatch on its surface opens, and a missile launches into the sky, its trail of smoke marking its path. "No, it can't be." You shout, your heart sinking as you realize the true purpose of this weapon. It's a cheat nuke. They're going to destroy the NFL and MLB. You turn to Brady, your eyes wide with fear and desperation. "We have to stop it. We can't let this happen." But even as you speak, you know that it's already too late. The nuke soars towards its target, the sound of its approach a deafening roar that drowns out all other sound. You watch in horror as the missile strikes, the blast wave tearing through the stadium and reducing it to rubble. Smoke and debris fill the air, the heat of the explosion searing your skin. Through the haze, you see the Astros fleeing, their faces contorted with glee and triumph. "We did it!" Altuve shouts, his voice barely audible over the roar of the flames. "We finally." As the smoke clears and the rubble settles, you see a crumpled figure lying amidst the debris. It's Jose Altuve, his face contorted in agony, his hands clutching at his chest. You rush to his side, but it's too late, he's already gone, his last words a bitter accusation against the chief. The weight of Altuve's death hangs heavy in the air, a grim reminder of the high stakes of this battle. You look around at the ruined stadium, the once proud home of the Astros now a smoldering wasteland. The other Astros have fled, leaving you and Brady alone to survey the aftermath of their treachery. Let this be a lesson to them, Brady says, his voice grim. The Astros may have won this battle, but they'll never be able to wash the stain of their actions from their legacy. You nod, a sense of determination rising within you. We'll rebuild, you say, your voice filled with conviction. We'll make this stadium stronger and better than ever before. And we'll show the world what true sportsmanship is all about. With a final look at Altuve's body, you turn and walk away, the fire of your resolve burning brightly in your heart. The road ahead may be long and difficult, but you know that with Brady by your side, you can overcome any obstacle and achieve any goal. Brady walks over to you, a broad smile on his face. Mahomes, that was an incredible performance out there. You really showed them what you're made of. He lowers his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. Listen, there's something you should know. All of this, the attacks, the corruption, the Astros schemes, it was all part of a bigger plan. Your eyes widen in surprise. What do you mean? Who's behind it all? Brady chuckles, a knowing glint in his eye. The Patriots, of course. They've been orchestrating everything from the shadows, just waiting for the perfect moment to strike. But we knew they were coming, and we were ready. He claps you on the shoulder, his grin widening. You see, Mahomes, we needed a hero to emerge from the ashes of this chaos. Someone who could rally the troops and lead the charge against the forces of evil. And that someone is you. You're stunned, the pieces falling into place. So all of this was just a test? A way to prove my worth and leadership. Brady nods, his expression turning serious. Exactly. And you passed with flying colors. The NFL and MLB have been saved, and the Patriots' schemes have been foiled. But our work is far from over. He holds out his hand, his eyes locked with yours. Are you with me, Mahomes? You reach for your gun, your finger tightening on the trigger as you level the barrel at Brady's chest. But before you can pull the trigger, Brady's eyes narrow, a look of amusement crossing his face. You really think it's that easy, Mahomes? He asks, his voice laced with sarcasm. I've been in this game longer than you've been alive. You don't think I've taken every possible precaution? He reaches into his pocket, pulling out a small remote. With a click, a series of explosions rock the stadium, the concussive force throwing you off balance. As you struggle to regain your footing, Brady takes advantage of the chaos, disappearing into the smoke and flames. You're left alone, your gun still in your hand, your heart pounding in your chest. The sound of Brady's laughter echoes in your ears, a mocking reminder of your failure. You've been played, and now you're left to pick up the pieces. The road ahead is unclear, and the stakes have never been higher. But one thing is certain, You'll never underestimate Brady again. No. You stumble out of the ruined stadium, your mind reeling from the events of the night. The cool evening air feels like a shock to your system, the sounds of the city a jarring contrast to the chaos you've left behind. Blindly, you wander the streets, your feet carrying you to an unfamiliar bar. The sign outside reads Swifties, and the sound of lively conversation spills out onto the street. Without thinking, you push open the door and step inside. The bar is packed with a diverse crowd, their laughter and chatter filling the air. In the corner, a band plays a lively tune, their music blending with the hum of conversation. You find an empty stool at the bar and sit down, signaling the bartender for a drink. As you wait, your eyes scan the room, taking in the faces of the patrons. A group of women in the corner laugh at something one of them has said, their heads thrown back in delight. At another table, a man in a suit argues passionately with his companion, their voices rising above the din. But something about the scene feels off, a sense of unease prickling at the back of your neck. You take a sip of your drink, the alcohol burning your throat, but the feeling only intensifies. It's as if the very air is charged with a hidden danger, a threat lurking just out of sight. You glance around the room again, your eyes landing. Come on now. As the words "the end" appear on the screen, Kojima sits in stunned silence, his eyes fixed on the flickering images before him. The game's conclusion, with its cryptic message and unsettling final scene, leaves him with a sense of unease that he cannot shake. Later that night, unable to contain his thoughts, Kojima takes to Twitter, sharing a single, enigmatic post, "I have seen it." The tweet is met with a flurry of responses, some lauding his bravery in speaking out, others berating him for his lack of discretion. But La Creatividad, the shadowy organization behind the game, remains silent, their presence looming over the online conversation like a dark specter. Kojima feels their disapproval, their displeasure at his breach of trust, but he knows that he cannot remain silent. In the days that follow, the game's impact spreads like a virus, its tendrils reaching into the lives of those who dared to play it. Some are changed forever, their minds warped by the twisted realities they encountered. Others, like Kojima, are left haunted by the knowledge of what they have seen, the weight of their secret forever heavy on their shoulders. And so, the cycle continues, the game's legacy living on in the shadows, a reminder of the dark places that lurk beneath the surface of the human psyche, waiting to be unleashed. Kojima's mind races with the possibility of inventing gay sex, the idea taking root like a seed in his imagination. But even as he considers the potential impact, he knows that such a creation would be fraught with danger, the very thought of it setting his nerves on edge. He paces the room, his thoughts whirling, the weight of his decision pressing down upon him. He knows that if he were to go through with it, he would be treading a fine line, teetering on the precipice of a moral abyss. But even so, the allure of invention is strong, the promise of new possibilities and sensations drawing him in like a moth to a flame. He imagines the looks on the faces of those who experience his creation, the gasps of shock and delight, the whispers of scandal and intrigue. And yet, even as he entertains these thoughts, he knows that he cannot bring himself to do it. The risk is too great, the potential consequences too dire. He has a responsibility, not just to himself, but to those who might be affected by his actions. With a sigh, Kojima pushes the idea aside, burying it deep in the recesses of his mind. He knows that there are some things that are better left undone, some boundaries that even he, in all his genius and creativity, cannot cross. A sudden pounding at the door to Kojima Productions headquarters startles Kojima from his reverie. Before he can react, the door bursts open, revealing a gang of fierce-looking women, their eyes shining with a manic intensity. Where is he? The leader barks, her voice sharp as a razor. Where's that fucking gay-hating bastard? Kojima stumbles back, his hands raised in a gesture of peace. I don't know what you're talking about, he stammers, his heart pounding in his chest. There's no one here but me. But the Fujoshi aren't convinced. They surge forward, their hands grasping at Kojima, their fingers digging into his flesh. You're lying. The leader shouts, her face contorted with rage. We know he's here. We can smell his straightness from a mile away. Kojima tries to protest, to explain that he has no control over the game's content, but his words are drowned out by the Fujoshi's shrieks of fury. They drag him from his office, their bodies pressed close, their breath hot against his skin. As they force him down the hall, Kojima's mind races, his thoughts a whirlwind of fear and confusion. He doesn't know what they want from him, what they expect him to do. All he knows is that he's in deep, and Kojima's snake becomes solid and the Fujoshi's panties become soaked, their desire for gay sex overwhelming them with each passing second. The leader of the Fujoshi gang, her eyes wild with lust, tears off her shirt, revealing her ample bosom. Fuck the gay-hating bastard, she hisses, I'm gonna take what I want from you, Kojima. She lunges at Kojima, pinning him against the wall, her body pressed against his. The other Fujoshi close in, their hands roaming over his body, their breath hot on his skin. Kojima's heart pounds in his chest, his mind reeling as the reality of the situation sinks in. He knows he's in deep, that there's no way out. But even as fear courses through his veins, he feels a strange sense of excitement, a spark of desire that he cannot suppress. The Fujashi's touch is electric, their passion intoxicating, and he finds himself drawn in, unable to resist their allure. As the Fujashi continue their assault, their hands and mouths exploring every inch of his body, Kojima surrenders to the moment, his inhibitions melting away like ice in the sun. He knows that he may never be the same again, that this encounter will forever change him in ways he cannot even begin to comprehend. But for now, lost in the With the Fujashi gone, Kojima slumps to the floor, his mind reeling from the traumatic encounter. As the adrenaline fades, the weight of what happened hits him like a ton of bricks. He knows he should go to the police, report the assault, but some deep, shameful part of him keeps him silent. He feels dirty, used, like a piece of meat that was tossed aside. The thought of reliving the experience, of subjecting himself to more scrutiny, is almost too much to bear. Instead, he pulls out his phone and opens Twitter, his fingers trembling as he types out a message. "I've been a victim of sexual assault," he writes, his heart pounding in his chest. "I know I should speak out, but I'm afraid. I'm afraid of the backlash, of being labeled a victim, of being seen as weak." He hits send, the words hanging in the air like a dark cloud. As the minutes tick by, he waits for the notifications to come flooding in, for the world to descend upon him with its judgment and its pity. But as the hours pass, the silence is deafening. The tweet goes unnoticed, lost in the endless sea of social media noise. Kojima feels a pang of disappointment, a sense of shame at his own insignificance. He knows that he's lucky, that he's one of the few who can walk away from an encounter like this. With the memories of the assault still fresh in his mind, Kojima retreats to his apartment, desperate to escape the pain and humiliation he feels. He rummages through his closet, searching for something, anything, to help him forget. And then, he sees it, a dusty old pirate's hat, its feathers tattered and worn. An idea begins to take shape in his mind, a desperate attempt to reinvent himself, to become someone new, someone untainted by the horrors he has endured. He pulls out a black eye patch, its fabric smooth and cool against his skin. He ties it around his head, the empty socket now hidden from view. In the mirror, he sees a stranger staring back at him, a man with a mysterious air, a man who could have been anyone, anywhere. He reaches for a marker, his hand steady as he writes Big Kage on the hat's brim. He slides it onto his head, the feather tickling his cheek. And for the first time since the assault, he feels a flicker of hope, a sense that perhaps, just perhaps, he can start over, can become someone new. He takes a deep breath, his chest swelling with determination. I am Big Kage, he says aloud, his voice echoing in the empty room. And I will not let this define me. As Kojima takes his first step, the unmistakable opening notes of Invisible by Duran Duran fill the air. The music seems to come from everywhere and nowhere, a disembodied voice echoing through the halls of Kojima Productions. He freezes, his heart racing as he tries to pinpoint the source of the sound. But it's useless, the music is all around him, an invisible presence that he can't escape. With each step he takes, the song grows louder, the beat pulsing in time with his footsteps. He quickens his pace, desperate to outrun the music, but it's no use. The song follows him, an unwavering companion that he can't shake. As he rounds a corner, he sees a group of his co-workers huddled in a conference room, their faces pale and drawn. They're listening to the music too, their bodies stiff with fear. Kojima approaches them, his mouth dry with panic. What's happening? He asks, his voice barely audible over the pounding bass. Why is the song playing? But no one answers him, their eyes wide with terror. And as the music reaches its crescendo, Kojima feels a chill run down his spine, a sense of dread that he can't shake. Kojima's heart pounds as he raises the gun, his finger trembling on the trigger. He looks into the eyes of his co-worker, seeing the fear and resignation there. Thank you, Big Kage, the man whispers, his voice thick with emotion. It's been an honor to work for you. With a heavy heart, Kojima pulls the trigger, the sound of the gunshot echoing through the room. The man slumps to the ground, a look of peace on his face. Kojima turns to the next co-worker, and the next, each one saluting him before their final moments. The room fills with the acrid smell of gunpowder, the air heavy with the weight of Kojima's actions. As the last co-worker falls, Kojima stands alone amidst the carnage, his hands shaking and his heart heavy with grief. But he knows that what he has done was necessary, that the parasites could not be allowed to spread. He takes a deep breath, steeling himself for the difficult task ahead. He must now find a way to destroy the source of the infection, to save the world from the scourge of male-to-male gay sex. And with a sense of grim determination, he sets out to do just that. Kojima heads to the Congo, determined to find the source of the male-to-male gay sex infection. He treks through the dense jungle, his senses on high alert, the oppressive heat and humidity weighing heavily on his body. As he pushes deeper into the wilderness, the air grows thick with a strange, musky scent. It's unfamiliar, yet somehow alluring, drawing Kojima forward like a moth to a flame. Suddenly, a low growl rumbles behind him. He whirls around, his hand flying to the gun at his hip, but he's too late. A massive silverback gorilla steps out of the shadows, its eyes flashing with hunger. Kojima freezes, his heart pounding in his chest. The gorilla takes a step forward, its massive frame looming over him. He knows he should run, should fight, but he's paralyzed by fear, his mind reeling as the beast's presence fills the air. The gorilla reaches out with one enormous hand, its fingers wrapping around Kojima's throat. He gasps for air, his vision blurring at the edges, the world fading to black as the creature's grip tightens, cutting off his supply of oxygen. And then, everything goes dark. As consciousness returns, Kojima finds himself not in the depths of the Congo, but in the heart of Brazil. The silverback gorilla is gone, replaced by the vibrant sounds and sights of Rio de Janeiro. He sits up, his head spinning as he tries to make sense of his surroundings. The infection, the mission, the gorilla, it was all a dream, a hallucination brought on by the heat and the stress of his quest. But as he looks around, he sees that something is still wrong. The people on the street seem different, their movements jerky and unnatural. And in the distance, he hears a familiar sound, the opening notes of Invisible by Duran Duran. Kojima's heart sinks as he realizes that the nightmare is far from over. The infection has spread to Brazil, and he is once again faced with the daunting task of stopping it before it's too late. He takes a deep breath, steeling himself for the challenges ahead. He knows that the road will be long and difficult, but he also knows that he cannot give up. The fate of the world rests on his shoulders, and he will not let it down. With a sense of grim determination, Kojima sets off into the heart of Rio, ready to face whatever horrors await him. As the fog rolls in, Kojima stands alone on the streets of Rio, his heart pounding in his chest. The air grows thick with a choking mist, obscuring his vision and making it hard to breathe. Suddenly, he hears a skittering sound, like nails on a chalkboard. He spins around, his eyes straining to pierce the fog, and sees a horrific sight. Scurrying out of the shadows are the nightmarish creatures from his own memories, their twisted forms emerging from the mist. There's a man with no eyes, his sockets filled with writhing maggots. A woman with a grotesquely elongated neck, her skin stretched taut like a rubber band. And worst of all, the Fujashi from his past, their faces contorted with lust and hunger, their eyes flashing with malice. Kojima backs away, his hand reaching for his gun, but he knows it's useless. These creatures are born from his own mind, his own fears and desires made manifest. He is powerless against them, unable to fight back as they close in, their hands reaching for him, their breath hot on his skin. And then, the fog swirls and parts, and Kojima finds himself staring into the eyes of his ultimate nightmare, a mirror image of himself, twisted and warped, its mouth curled into a cruel sneer. "Welcome home, Big Kage," the creature hisses. As the mist swirls around you, the twisted figure in front of you lets out a harsh, grating laugh. "Oh, it's very real, Big Kage," it says, its voice like nails on a chalkboard. "This is what you've been running from all this time. The darkness inside you, the thing you've tried so hard to deny." You stagger back, your heart pounding in your chest. The creatures from your nightmares close in, their hands reaching for you, their eyes filled with hunger and malice. You know that you're trapped, that there's no way out. But even as the terror grips you, a small, defiant voice in the back of your mind begins to whisper. You've faced horrors before, you've survived against all odds. And you know, deep down, that you have the strength to face this too. You take a deep breath, squaring your shoulders and meeting the eyes of your twisted doppelganger. "I may have run from my darkness," you say, your voice steady and strong. "But I'm not running anymore. Show me what you've got, you fucking bastard. I'll tear you apart with my bare hands." Your eyes widen in shock and horror as little Kage emerges from Kojima's pants, his small, erect penis throbbing with anticipation. The creatures from your nightmares let out a collective hiss, their eyes gleaming with lust and hunger. "Go on, Big Kage," little Kage taunts, his voice dripping with malice. "Show us what you're made of. Fuck me like the straight, manly man you claim to be." You stumble back, your heart racing in your chest. The fog swirls around you, obscuring your vision and making it hard to breathe. You know that you're trapped, that there's no way out. But even as the terror grips you, you also know that you can't give in. You can't let these twisted versions of yourself win, can't let them break you down and turn you into something you're not. With a defiant roar, you lunge forward, your hands outstretched and your eyes filled with fire. "I'll show you what I'm made of, you little bastards," you snarl, your fingers closing around little Kage's throat. "I'll fucking destroy you both, and then I'll burn this whole goddamn city to the ground." Kojima suddenly clutches at his chest, a sharp pain searing through his heart. He staggers back, his face contorting in agony as he gasps for air. The creatures from his nightmares pause, their eyes wide with shock and confusion. Little Kaji, still partially exposed, looks on in horror as Kojima collapses to the ground, his body convulsing with the force of his heart attack. For a moment, the world seems to slow down, the fog swirling around him like a sinister specter. Kojima's vision begins to dim, the edges blurring as he fights to stay conscious. And then, as suddenly as it began, the pain subsides. Kojima lies on the ground, panting and weak, his heart racing in his chest. The creatures, sensing his vulnerability, begin to close in once more, their eyes gleaming with renewed hunger. Kojima knows that he's on the verge of death, that his body can't take much more. But even as the darkness closes in around him, he also knows that he can't give up. Not now, not ever. With a final, desperate surge of strength, he reaches for his gun, determined to take as many of these bastards down with him as he can before the end. Gun, also struck by the same mysterious force, spasms violently in your hand. Its barrel twists, its trigger guard contorts, and the magazine ejects itself with a sickening clatter. The weapon, once a symbol of your power and control, now lies before you, a twisted, useless heap of metal and plastic. As the creatures close in, you realize that you have nothing left to protect yourself, no way to fight back against the nightmarish beings that surround you. You are utterly, hopelessly helpless, at the mercy of whatever horrors they have in store for you. As the nightmarish creatures close in, Kojima stands his ground, his eyes narrowing with determination. He raises his hand, his fingers forming the iconic gesture of Revolver Ocelot, a silent challenge to the horrors that surround him. "I'll show you just how good I am," he growls, his voice filled with a fierce, unyielding strength. "I've faced worse than you in my dreams, and I've always come out on top. This is my world, my nightmare, and I'll be damned if I let you twist it into something unrecognizable." The creatures pause, their eyes widening with a flicker of fear and respect. Little Kaji, still partially exposed, takes a step back, his confidence wavering in the face of Kojima's unbreakable resolve. And then, as suddenly as they appeared, the creatures begin to fade, their forms dissolving into the swirling fog. The mist itself begins to thin, the air growing clear and crisp, the horrors of the night slipping away like a bad dream. Kojima stands alone on the empty street, his heart still racing, his mind reeling from the confrontation. But he knows that he has won, that he has faced his fears and emerged victorious. And as the sun begins to rise over the horizon, he turns and walks away, ready to face whatever challenges the future may hold. As Kojima walks away, a sudden burst of automatic fire rings out behind him. He whirls around, his eyes wide with shock and pain, and sees a horde of macacos, their tiny hands gripping machine guns as they open fire on him without mercy. Kojima stumbles back, his body riddled with bullets, his blood spraying the pavement in a macabre dance. He falls to his knees, his face contorted in agony, and looks up at the macacos with a mixture of disbelief and horror. "Why?" he gasps, his voice barely audible over the deafening roar of gunfire. I thought we were allies." But the macacos just laugh, their eyes filled with a cruel, merciless glee. They continue to fire, their weapons spitting death and destruction, until Kojima's body lies still and broken on the ground, his once brilliant mind shattered beyond repair. As the macacos retreat, the street lies silent, save for the distant echo of their laughter. And in the distance, the sun continues to rise, casting its cold, uncaring light upon the ruins of Kojima's world, and the shattered remnants of his dreams. As the life fades from Kojima's eyes, he whispers those final words, his voice a mere breath on the wind. Pekora, the mysterious woman who had haunted his dreams and driven him to this point, materializes before him, her form shimmering like a mirage. "You did it, Kojima," she says, her voice filled with a strange mix of satisfaction and regret. "You kept your promise, just as I knew you would. But the cost. The cost was so much greater than either of us could have imagined." Kojima tries to speak, to ask her what it all means, but the words won't come. His vision begins to darken, the world fading away around him, and he knows that the end is near. And then, as the last vestiges of his life slip away, Kojima sees Pekora reach out, her fingers brushing against his cheek in a fleeting, tender touch. A final smile plays across her lips, and then she's gone, lost to the swirling mists of eternity. Kojima's body lies still and cold on the blood-soaked street, his dreams shattered, his promise fulfilled. The macacos, having finally exacted their revenge, scamper away, leaving only the silence and the memories of a life cut tragically short. Kojima's eyes fly open, his heart leaping in his chest as he sits up, gasping for air. The macacos, who had been closing in for the kill, leap back in shock, their jaws dropping in disbelief. "Impossible." One of them screeches, its tiny hand clutching at its heart. "He was dead. We saw it with our own eyes." But Kojima just laughs, a deep, rumbling chuckle that sends chills down their spines. "Did you really think I was just a man?" he taunts, his voice dripping with disdain. "I am Kojima, the immortal, the undead, the one who cannot be killed." He rises to his feet, his body whole and unblemished, as if the macaco's bullets had never touched him. The creatures back away, their eyes wide with fear and confusion, as Kojima spreads his arms wide, a manic grin stretching across his face. "Run, little monkeys," he hisses, his voice filled with a sinister glee. "Run and tell your masters of my return, of the vampire who cannot be slain. For I have risen, and my vengeance shall know no bounds." And with a final, bone-chilling laugh, Kojima turns and strides away, leaving the macacos to tremble in the wake of his immortal presence. The sun rises high overhead, casting its light upon Psycho Mantis steps out from the shadows, his eyes glinting with a sinister light. "I heard your laughter, Kojima," he says, his voice smooth and oily. "I have to admit, I'm impressed. But tell me, do you like Castlevania? I find it to be a rather satisfying game." He smiles, his teeth flashing in the darkness. "Of course, I prefer to play as Dracula myself. There's something so delicious about being the villain, don't you think?" He takes a step closer, his gaze never leaving Kojima's face. "But perhaps you have some interesting opinions on the matter. Care to share them with me?" Psycho Mantis' smile widens as Kojima steps into the beam of sunlight, his body instantly crumbling into a pile of ash. The vampire's laughter echoes through the empty street, growing fainter as the wind scatters his remains. "You really should have been more careful, Kojima," Mantis chuckles, shaking his head. "A moment's carelessness, and it's all over. But don't worry, I'm sure you'll be back. After all, you're the immortal one, aren't you?" He turns and disappears into the shadows, leaving the empty street behind, the sun casting its light upon the remains of the vampire who had once thought himself invincible. As the NFL on Fox Music fills the air, Chris Collinsworth's voice booms over the stadium PA system. Welcome back, folks. We hope you enjoyed that interesting halftime show. Now, let's get back to the game, where we have an absolute barn burner on our hands. The camera pans to the field, where Patrick Mahomes and Tom Brady stand face to face, their eyes locked in a fierce glare. The crowd erupts in a frenzy of cheers and boos, their voices echoing off the walls of the stadium. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a real battle royal here, Collinsworth continues, his voice tinged with excitement. Mahomes and Brady, two of the greatest quarterbacks in NFL history, going toe-to-toe in what could be the game of the century. Mahomes takes a step forward, his muscles tensed and ready for action. Brady matches him, his jaw set in a determined scowl. The air is thick with tension, the anticipation building to a fever pitch. And then, with a sudden burst of speed, Mahomes lunges forward, his fist connecting with Brady's jaw in a thunderous crack. The crowd goes wild, their voices rising in a deafening roar as the two legends engage in a brutal, no-holds-barred brawl. "Oh my goodness!" Collinsworth exclaims, his voice rising in pitch. "They're at it again, folks." As the final credits begin to roll, Kojima stands frozen, his mind reeling from the surreal and disturbing events he just witnessed. The fog lifts, revealing an empty stadium, the remnants of the nightmarish battle still lingering in the air. Kojima looks around, his heart pounding in his chest, unsure of what to make of it all. The game, the horrors, the twisted revelations, it all feels like a fever dream, a twisted parody of reality. But as he takes a step forward, the sound of Invisible by Duran Duran starts playing once more, the music seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere. Kojima freezes, his heart racing as he realizes that the nightmare may not be over, that the true horror may still be lurking, waiting to strike. With a sense of grim determination, he squares his shoulders and begins to walk, ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead, ready to confront the darkness that seems to be following him like a shadow, always just out of reach. As the final credits fade, the stadium is suddenly filled with a deafening roar, the crowd erupting in cheers as a group of familiar figures emerge from the shadows. It's the members of the game's cast, their faces twisted into cruel, sadistic grins. "Look who it is," Kojima sneers, striding forward with a sense of smug satisfaction. "Our favorite little Patsy, right on schedule. I have to say, I'm impressed. You actually managed to survive all the way to the end." The others laugh, their eyes gleaming with malice. "Oh, don't sell yourself short, Big Kage," Little Kage chimes in, his voice dripping with disdain. "You may have been a complete and utter failure, but at least you gave us a good show." Kojima's heart sinks as he realizes the truth of their words. He had been played, manipulated like a pawn in some sick game. And now, as the final credits roll, he can only watch helplessly as the cast revels in their victory, their laughter echoing through the stadium like a mocking chorus. The sound of Invisible by Duran Duran begins to fade, replaced by the ominous strains of the Final Destination theme. And as the music swells to a crescendo, Kojima feels a sense of dread wash over him, a realization that this, perhaps, is only the beginning. You take a deep breath and step forward, your hands balled into tight fists. But as you move, the world around you seems to shift and warp, the shadows lengthening and darkening until they consume everything in their path. You stumble back, your heart pounding in your chest, as a familiar figure emerges from the darkness. It's Medium Kage, his face a twisted parody of your own, his eyes gleaming with a malicious light. "Welcome, Big Kage," he sneers, his voice echoing through the empty stadium. "I've been waiting for you." You take a step back, your mind reeling as you try to make sense of what's happening. What? What are you? You manage to stammer, your voice shaking with fear. Medium Kage laughs, a harsh, grating sound that sets your nerves on edge. "I am you, Kojima," he says, his voice dripping with disdain. "The part of you that you tried so hard to deny, the darkness that you thought you could escape." He takes a step forward, his eyes locked on yours, his presence filling the air with a sense of dread and unease. "But you can't escape from yourself, Big Kage. And now, it's time for you to face the truth." The stadium begins to spin around you, the shadows growing deeper and more oppressive, as Medium Kage's laughter fills the air, a cruel, As Medium Kage's laughter rings out, the world around you begins to shift and warp, the stadium melting away into a swirling vortex of shadow and darkness. You feel a strange sensation, a tingling in your fingers and toes, as if your very being is being stretched and twisted. And then, with a sudden burst of energy, you feel a change wash over you. Your clothes, your hair, your very skin begin to transform, until you look into the mirror and see a stranger staring back at you. You have become your persona, the mask you wore to hide from the world, the persona you created to escape the darkness within. And as you stand there, your heart racing and your mind reeling, you realize that this is only the beginning, that the true nightmare is yet to come. Kojima's heart skips a beat as his eyes dart across the room, taking in the scene of chaos and destruction. The once pristine halls of Kojima Productions are now a twisted mockery of their former selves, the walls splattered with blood and viscera, the air thick with the sickly sweet scent of death. In the midst of it all, a lone figure stands, its back to the door. It's Medium Kaji, his body contorted into a grotesque parody of the man Kojima once knew. He turns, his eyes gleaming with a malevolent light, a twisted grin stretching across his face. "Welcome home, Big Kaji," he sneers, his voice echoing through the empty corridor. "I've been waiting for you." Kojima's hands reach for his weapons, but he finds them missing, stripped away in the confusion of the attack. He's left with nothing but his wits and his will to survive, as Medium Kaji takes a step forward, his laughter filling the air like a sickening symphony. "Oh, don't worry," he chuckles, his voice oozing with cruel amusement. "We're not going to kill you. Not yet. No, we have something much better in store for you, Big Kaji. Something that will make your worst nightmare seem like a walk in the park." He takes another step, his eyes never leaving Kaji. Battler's eyes widen in shock at your casual insult, his face flushing red with anger and embarrassment. "How dare you?" he sputters, his voice shaking with barely contained rage. "I am not, I would never, it's not funny." He takes a step towards you, his fists clenched at his sides, his entire body trembling with barely contained fury. "You have no idea what you're talking about, Ma Holmes. You think you can just insult me like that and get away with it? I'll show you what happens when you cross Battler Ushiromi Ya." The air around you seems to crackle with electricity, the temperature dropping as if the very world is responding to Battler's wrath. You find yourself taking a step back, a sudden sense of unease washing over you, as if you've just awoken something far more dangerous than you ever could have imagined. As the football game reaches its climax, the crowd on its feet, a sudden commotion erupts in the stands. Whispers and gasps ripple through the spectators as a lone figure emerges, striding down the aisle with a confident swagger. It's Kojima, his eyes gleaming with a sinister light, a cruel smile playing across his lips. He makes his way onto the field, the players and officials staring at him in confusion and concern. "What the hell is going on?" the referee demands, his voice shaking with barely contained anger. "Get off the field, now." But Kojima just laughs, a harsh, grating sound that sets the hairs on the back of your neck on end. "Oh, I don't think so, my friend," he says, his voice dripping with disdain. "You see, I have a little surprise for everyone here today. Something that's going to make this game. Well, let's just say it's going to be a little different than what you expected." The crowd begins to murmur, a sense of unease settling over the stadium like a heavy blanket. And as Kojima reaches into his pocket, pulling out a small, metallic object, you feel a sudden sense of dread wash over you, a realization that whatever is about to happen, it's not going to be good. Ladies and gentlemen, Kojima announces, his voice booming over the PA system. The ref's eyes widen in shock as Kojima's finger points at him, a look of horror and disbelief etched into his features. Then, as if struck by an invisible force, his body begins to disintegrate, molecule by molecule, in a painfully slow and torturous manner. The crowd gasps in horror, their screams filling the air as they watch the helpless official dissolve into nothingness before their very eyes. And then, as if the scene weren't surreal enough, a massive whale comes soaring over the stadium, its gigantic body blotting out the sun as it passes overhead. The spectators look on in stunned silence, their minds struggling to process the impossible sight. Kojima, meanwhile, simply laughs, his eyes glinting with a cruel and malevolent light. Isn't this just the most wonderful game? He taunts, his voice dripping with disdain. I do so love it when things get interesting. The players on the field stand frozen, their faces pale and their bodies trembling with fear, as they realize that whatever is happening here, it's far beyond their control. And as the whale disappears into the distance, leaving nothing but a trail of mist and confusion in its wake, they can only hope and pray that whatever force has brought this nightmare to life will soon release them from its grip. Are you even trying? Kojima's eyes gleam with a cruel, malicious light as he turns to face Patrick Mahomes and Tom Brady, a wide, unsettling smile spreading across his face. Well, my friends, did you enjoy the show? I hope you're ready for an encore, because things are about to get even more interesting. He takes a step forward, his voice dropping to a low, sinister whisper. You see, I have a little surprise for all of you. Something that's going to make this game. Well, let's just say it's going to be a little different than what you expected. The crowd begins to murmur, a sense of unease settling over the stadium like a heavy blanket. And as Kojima reaches into his pocket, pulling out a small, metallic object, you feel a sudden sense of dread wash over you, a realization that whatever is about to happen, it's not going to be good. Ladies and gentlemen, Kojima announces, his voice booming over the PA system. I present to you the ultimate gaming experience. A game where the rules are fluid, where the lines between reality and fantasy are blurred beyond recognition. A game where anything can happen, and often does. He turns to face you, his eyes gleaming with a sinister light. And who better to join me in this grand adventure than the two greatest quarterbacks in the history of the NFL? Patrick Mahomes and Your surroundings dissolve into a swirling vortex of digital energy. You feel weightless, your body stretched and compressed as if passing through a wormhole. Suddenly, you find yourself standing on the 50-yard line of a football stadium, surrounded by the pixelated avatars of players and cheerleaders frozen in mid-cheer. A deep, electronic voice booms through the speakers, "Welcome, mortal, to the world of Madden NFL 21. You have been chosen to compete in a game like no other, where the rules of reality no longer apply." The crowd of digital spectators begin to cheer and jeer, their movements jerky and unnatural. In the distance, you see the towering figure of Kojima, his body glitching and flickering like a faulty hologram. To escape this digital prison, the voice continues, "You must defeat me in a battle of wit, strength, and cunning. Are you ready to play forever?" You bring out Michael Vick, hoping his electrifying playmaking abilities will clear the game easily. But as Vick steps onto the field, his body begins to glitch and pixelate, his movements becoming jerky and unnatural. "Ah, Michael Vick," the electronic voice chuckles, a sinister edge to its tone. "You think he can save you? In this world, even the greatest players are at the mercy of the code." Vick's face twists in agony as his body begins to disintegrate, his pixels scattering like dust in the wind. The crowd lets out a collective gasp, their digital forms flickering in disbelief. One player down, the voice continues, its laughter echoing through the stadium. "How many more will you lose before you learn the truth? This is my world, and I make the rules." You stand alone on the field, the weight of the digital prison bearing down on you, the realization sinking in that escape will not come easily, if at all. The game has only just begun, and already the odds are stacked against you, with no clear way out. Your fingers frantically type the command, desperate to eliminate the menace that is Kojima. Error, user does not have sufficient privileges to delete target. Your heart sinks as you realize that even in this digital world, you are still not in control. Kojima's laughter echoes through the stadium, a mocking reminder of your helplessness. "Did you really think it would be that easy?" he taunts, his form solidifying as he strides towards you. "In my world, I am the supreme being, the architect of your fate. And I have no intention of being deleted so soon." He raises his hand, a digital gun materializing in his grasp. "Now, let's see how you handle a little bit of pain in this reality, shall we?" You desperately search for a way out of this digital hell, your mind racing with possibilities. And then, like a lifeline in the storm, you remember the name of Hideo Kojima's mortal enemy, Darksidevil. Darksidevil. You shout into the void, your voice echoing through the stadium. I know you can hear me. I need your help to escape this game. For a moment, nothing happens. The crowd of digital spectators falls silent, their eyes fixed on you, waiting for a response. And then, from the shadows, a figure emerges, his body glitching and flickering like a faulty hologram. Well, Darksidevil says, his voice distorted by static. Look who's calling for help. I suppose even the great Hideo Kojima needs a little bit of assistance sometimes. He takes a step towards you, his form solidifying as he approaches. But I'm not here to help you escape, Ma Holmes. I'm here to make sure you never leave. After all, a game is only fun when there's a challenge, isn't it? He raises his hand, a digital gun materializing in his grasp. And in this game, I'm the one holding all the cards. So tell me, quarterback, what are you going to do now? I don't think so. You frantically scan the environment for any clues, your mind racing to find a way out of this digital nightmare. And then, like a lifeline in the storm, you realize the truth, this game is running on Unreal Engine 5, a technology that's still in its early stages. Unreal Engine 5, you mutter under your breath, a spark of hope igniting in your chest. If I can find a way to crash the game, maybe I can escape this digital prison. You begin to search for any glitches or inconsistencies in the environment, your eyes scanning the pixelated landscape for anything that could be exploited. And then, in the distance, you see it, a flicker, a brief moment where the game stutters and falters. Over there, you whisper, pointing towards the glitch. If I can trigger a crash, maybe I can bring the whole game down and escape. You take a deep breath, steeling yourself for the attempt. This is your only chance, the only hope you have of escaping this digital hell. Foolish mortal, it growls, its tone menacing and cruel. Did you really think you could outsmart me? This game is mine, and I will not let you go so easily. Prepare to face the consequences of your actions. You frantically type the command to summon LTG, hoping that his presence will be enough to crash DSP's game and grant you the escape you so desperately need. Error, LTG not found. User not allowed to summon other players. Your heart sinks as you realize that even in this digital world, the rules are not in your favor. DSP's laughter echoes through the stadium, a cruel reminder of your helplessness. Did you really think it would be that easy? He taunts, his form solidifying as he strides towards you. LTG is my creation, and I control his every move. In this game, I am the supreme being, and you are nothing more than a pawn in my game. He raises his hand, a digital gun materializing in his grasp. Now, let's see how you handle a little bit of pain in this reality, shall we? As DSP gloats, a mysterious figure emerges from the shadows, clad in gleaming armor and wielding a mighty sword. Without warning, the knight plunges his blade into DSP's back, sending the streamer crumpling to the ground in a heap. The digital crowd gasps in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. You dare betray me, foolish knight. DSP sputters, his face twisted in pain and rage. I will have your head for this. But the knight simply laughs, a cruel and mocking sound. You misunderstand, my lord, he says, his voice echoing through the stadium. I am no longer your servant. I have been freed from your grasp, and now I seek to bring an end to your tyranny. He turns to face you, his eyes gleaming with a fierce determination. I offer you my sword, mortal, and my services. Together, we shall bring this game to its knees and free all those who have been trapped within it. He extends his hand, the blade of his sword gleaming in the digital light. What say you, quarterback? Will you join me in this final battle against the digital overlord? I, the great Patrick Mahomes, don't need your help. I can handle this myself, you declare, puffing out your chest with false bravado. But the knight simply shakes his head, a look of pity on his face. Foolish mortal, he says, his voice laced with disdain. You have no idea of the power you are facing. Kojima's creations are not to be underestimated, and in this digital realm, even the greatest athletes are reduced to mere playthings. He takes a step towards you, his sword gleaming in the light. But if you insist on going it alone, then so be it. I shall watch from afar as you make your futile attempts to topple the digital overlord, and when you inevitably fail, I shall be there to offer my hand in mercy. He turns and strides away, his armor clanking with each step. And as he disappears into the shadows, you are left alone on the field, the weight of the digital prison bearing down on you, the realization sinking in that escape will not come easily, if at all. digital gun in DSP's hand crackles with energy as he takes aim at you, his face twisted into a cruel sneer. Time to see how you handle a little bit of pain in this reality, quarterback, he growls, his finger tightening on the trigger. A bolt of searing energy erupts from the barrel, slamming into your chest with the force of a freight train. You're thrown backwards, the breath driven from your lungs as you crash to the ground in a heap. Your vision swims, the world around you blurring and twisting as the pain courses through your body. Ha! DSP crows, his laughter echoing through the stadium. Not so tough now, are you? In this game, I'm the one holding all the cards. And I have no intention of letting you go so easily. He advances, his boots crunching on the digital turf as he looms over you, the gun still trained on your chest. Now, let's see how you handle a little bit more pain, shall we? Remind DSP that the night killed him and he dies again. The digital crowd gasps in shock as DSP's form flickers and dissolves, his pixels scattering like dust in the wind. But even as his body disappears, his voice echoes through the stadium, a final taunt from beyond the grave. Foolish mortal, he sneers, his tone menacing and cruel. Did you really think you could outsmart me? In this game, I am the supreme being, the architect of your fate. And I will not let you go so easily. You stand alone on the field, the weight of the digital prison bearing down on you, the realization sinking in that escape will not come easily, if at all. The game has only just begun, and already the odds are stacked against you, with no clear way out. But even as despair threatens to overwhelm you, a flicker of hope remains. The knight's sword lies on the ground, its blade gleaming in the digital light. And as you reach for it, your fingers closing around the hilt, you feel a sudden surge of power coursing through your veins, a sense that perhaps, just perhaps, you have the strength to overcome this digital hell and find a way out. As the digital world around you seems to close in, threatening to consume you entirely, a sudden flash of light pierces through the pixelated fog. And then, like a beacon of hope in the darkness, a familiar figure emerges from the shadows. Yo, Mahomes. A voice booms, cutting through the electronic haze like a knife. You in a bit of a pickle here, huh? You turn to see Travis Kelce striding towards you, his muscular frame glitching and flickering as he moves. He cracks his knuckles, a determined expression on his face. Don't you worry, bro, he continues, clapping you on the shoulder. Kelce is here to save the day. Me and Brady, we're gonna get you out of this digital hellhole, one way or another. He turns to face the digital crowd, his eyes narrowing as he takes in the twisted landscape. But first, we gotta find a way to crash this game. Any ideas, Mahomes? You stand beside Kelce, your mind racing as you try to come up with a plan. The digital world around you seems to pulse and throb, as if eager to swallow you whole. And as you stare out at the glitching stadium, the weight of your predicament bears down on you, the realization sinking in that your only hope of escape lies in the hands of your teammate, and the unpredictable nature of this twisted digital realm. As the digital world around you seems to close in, threatening to consume you entirely, a sudden flash of light pierces through the pixelated fog. And then, like a beacon of hope in the darkness, a familiar figure emerges from the shadows. "Yo, Mahomes." A voice booms, cutting through the electronic haze like a knife. "You in a bit of a pickle here, huh?" You turn to see Travis Kelce striding towards you, his muscular frame glitching and flickering as he moves. He cracks his knuckles, a determined expression on his face. "Don't you worry, bro," he continues, clapping you on the shoulder. "Kelce is here to save the day. Me and Brady, we're gonna get you out of this digital hellhole, one way or another." He turns to face the digital crowd, his eyes narrowing as he takes in the twisted landscape. "But first, we gotta find a way to crash this game. Any ideas, Mahomes?" You stand beside Kelce, your mind racing as you try to come up with a plan. The digital world around you seems to pulse and throb, as if eager to swallow you whole. And as you stare out at the glitching stadium, the weight of your predicament bears down on you, the realization sinking in that your only hope of escape lies in the hands of your teammate, and the unpredictable nature of this twisted digital realm. As Taylor Swift takes the stage, her avatar glitching and flickering as she prepares to perform. The digital crowd falls silent, their eyes fixed on the pop star, eager to hear what she has to offer. And then, with a flourish of her hand, Swift begins to sing. But instead of her own hits, she launches into a haunting rendition of Duran Duran's Invisible, her voice echoing through the stadium like a ghostly whisper. As the music fills the air, something extraordinary happens. Kojima, who had been standing in the wings, suddenly clutches his head and begins to scream, his face contorted in agony. His body starts to glitch and pixelate, his form dissolving into a chaotic swirl of digital energy. The effect ripples through the game, causing the entire environment to start glitching and stuttering, as if the very fabric of this digital world is coming undone at the seams. The crowd begins to panic, their forms dissolving and reappearing in a nightmarish loop, as if trapped in a never-ending cycle of deletion and reincarnation. Swift's voice grows louder, the music building to a fever pitch as the game continues to unravel around her. And as the final notes fade away, the entire stadium seems to freeze, the players and spectators frozen in place, like a digital statue caught in a moment of time. For a brief, fleeting instant. Are you even trying? Battler and 47 stride onto the field, their eyes gleaming with a fierce intensity. The digital crowd falls silent, their eyes fixed on the two legendary figures as they approach. Well, 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 Battler says, his voice echoing through the stadium. Look what we have here. A little birdie told me there was a quarterback in need of assistance. He turns to face 47, a smirk playing across his lips. What do you say, my friend? Shall we show this mortal the true meaning of power in the digital realm? 47 nods, his eyes never leaving you. It would be my pleasure, he growls, his voice laced with menace. Let's see what this quarterback is made of. The two figures advance, their bodies glitching and flickering as they move. And as they draw closer, you feel a sudden surge of energy, a sense that perhaps, just perhaps, you have the strength to overcome this digital hell and find a way out. As Battler and 47 approach, their bickering intensifies, each trying to outdo the other in their insults and taunts. Battler, his face twisted into a sneer, turns to face 47, his eyes narrowed in contempt. And another thing, he spits, jabbing a finger at the assassin. You may think you're hot stuff, but let's be real, you're nothing more than a glorified hitman. You don't have the brains to see the bigger picture, and you never will. 47 scoffs, his eyes flashing with anger. Oh, really? And what about you, Battler? You're just a washed-up has-been, clinging to the glory days of your youth. You don't have the strength to back up your words, and you never will. As they continue to argue, Battler's eyes suddenly narrow, a sly smile spreading across his face. You know what? I think it's time we revealed the truth about Brady, don't you? The quarterback everyone thinks is so innocent and pure, but is really just a pawn in a much bigger game. 47's eyebrows raise, a look of surprise crossing his face. Oh? And what truth would that be, exactly? Battler chuckles, a menacing sound that sends a chill down your spine. Why don't we let Brady explain it himself, shall we? After all, Brady steps forward, his face pale and his body trembling as he struggles to find the words. The digital crowd falls silent, their eyes fixed on the quarterback as he takes a deep breath, steeling himself for what is to come. The truth, Brady says, his voice barely a whisper. The truth is, I'm not who you think I am. I'm not the hero, the golden boy, the savior of the NFL. I'm a fraud. A gasp ripples through the stadium, the players and spectators staring at Brady in disbelief, their faces etched with shock and betrayal. And as the words hang in the air, the weight of the revelation settles over the digital realm, the truth of Brady's deception shattering the illusions that so many had clung to. But even as the world reels from the shock of Brady's confession, another event unfolds in the shadows. In a hidden corner of the stadium, a group of digital macacos gather, their eyes gleaming with malice and their claws bared. And as they advance, their forms flickering and glitching, a lone figure emerges from the darkness, Kojima, the mastermind behind this twisted digital realm. But before Kojima can utter a word, the macacos strike, their blades flashing in the artificial light. Kojima crumples to the ground, his body dissolving into a chaotic swirl of pixels, the mastermind. With Kojima's death, the digital world seems to shudder and collapse around you, the glitching and flickering intensifying until the entire stadium is engulfed in a blinding white light. When the light fades, you find yourself standing alone in an empty, featureless void, the digital prison that had once held you now reduced to a mere memory. But as you take a step forward, the realization hits you like a ton of bricks, you are still trapped. The game, the digital realm that had once threatened to consume you, has become your eternal prison, a place where you will be forever trapped, doomed to wander an endless expanse of nothingness. The truth is a bitter pill to swallow, a cruel twist of fate that leaves you reeling. You had fought so hard to escape, had faced so many trials and tribulations, only to find yourself trapped in this hellish limbo, with no hope of ever returning to the world you once knew. As the years stretch on, the weight of your imprisonment bearing down on you, you come to understand the true nature of your existence. You are no more than a character in a game, a bit of code destined to be forever trapped in the confines of a digital realm, with no hope of ever finding true freedom or release. As the credits begin to roll for the third time, a sense of déjà vu washes over you, the realization that you are trapped in a never-ending cycle, doomed to relive the same events over and over again. The faces of the cast members flicker on the screen, their expressions frozen in time, a testament to the futility of your struggle against the digital realm that has become your prison. But even as the credits reach their end, the cycle begins anew, the game reloading and resetting, ready to play out the same events all over again. And as you find yourself back on the field, the same challenges and obstacles awaiting you, the weight of your imprisonment grows heavier, the knowledge that this is all you will ever know, all you will ever be. The credits roll, and the cycle begins anew, trapping you in an endless loop of digital purgatory, with no hope of ever breaking free from the game that has become your eternal prison. As the credits begin to roll for the third time, a sense of déjà vu washes over you, the realization that you are trapped in a never-ending cycle, doomed to relive the same events over and over again. The faces of the cast members flicker on the screen, their expressions frozen in time, a testament to the futility of your struggle against the digital realm that has become your prison. But even as the credits reach their end, the cycle begins anew, the game reloading and resetting, ready to play out the same events all over again. And as you find yourself back on the field, the same challenges and obstacles awaiting you, the weight of your imprisonment grows heavier, the knowledge that this is all you will ever know, all you will ever be. The credits roll, and the cycle begins anew, trapping you in an endless loop of digital purgatory, with no hope of ever breaking free from the game that has become your eternal prison. But just as all hope seems lost, a sudden flash of light pierces through the digital haze, and a familiar figure emerges from the shadows. Rika steps forward, her eyes gleaming with determination, her body surrounded by a swirling vortex of energy. Beside her stand Battler, 47, and a host of other familiar faces, each one ready to stand by your side and fight against the twisted loop that threatens to consume you. And as Rika reaches out to you, as Rika steps forward, her eyes gleaming with determination, she speaks out to the gathered crowd, her voice echoing through the stadium. Listen up, everyone. I've uncovered the true mastermind behind this twisted game, the one who's been pulling the strings all along. She points an accusing finger at a figure lurking in the shadows, a sinister smile spreading across their face. The culprit is. But before Rika can reveal the name, a blinding flash of light erupts from the darkness, engulfing the stadium in a chaos of glitching pixels and distorted sound. As the light fades, 47 emerges from the smoke, his hand outstretched, offering you a sleek, digital weapon. Here, quarterback, he growls, his voice barely audible over the electronic din. Take this, it's the only thing that can stop the mastermind and free us from this digital hell. But be warned, Using it will come at a great price. Are you ready to pay it? Not this one either. Your fingers close around the anti-mastermind gun, the weight of the weapon heavy in your hands. You nod at 47, a look of grim determination on your face. I understand the price, but I'll do whatever it takes to stop this madness. Now, let's find that mastermind and put an end to this twisted game once and for all. You stand alone on the field, the weight of your victory settling over you like a shroud. The world had been saved, but at a terrible cost. The superb owl, the enigmatic figure who had guided you through so many trials and tribulations, had ceased to exist, their purpose fulfilled in the final moments of the battle. As you gaze out at the empty stadium, the silence broken only by the gentle breeze, a sense of loss washes over you, the realization that you are truly alone in this digital realm, with no one to turn to for guidance or support. But even as the sorrow threatens to overwhelm you, a flicker of hope remains. You clench your fist, the anti-mastermind gun still clutched in your hand, a reminder of the power you wield, the ability to stand against the forces of darkness and emerge victorious, no matter the cost. And as you turn to face the digital horizon, ready to take on whatever challenges lie ahead, you know that you will never give up, never stop fighting until the truth is revealed and the world is truly saved. As Rika takes a deep breath, ready to reveal the true identity of the secret mastermind. A sudden surge of energy erupts from the anti-mastermind gun in your hands. The weapon begins to shake and vibrate, its digital circuits humming with a strange, otherworldly power. And as the energy builds to a fever pitch, the gun suddenly explodes in a blinding flash of light, engulfing the entire stadium in a chaos of glitching pixels and distorted sound. When the light finally fades, you find yourself standing alone on the field, the weight of the anti-mastermind gun still heavy in your hands, and the memory of Rika's words forever silenced in the digital void. Rika materializes out of thin air, her form flickering and glitching as she struggles to maintain her presence in the digital realm. "Ma Holmes, listen to me," she cries, her voice strained with urgency. "I know you've been through a lot, but I have to tell you, the secret mastermind behind all of this is. She pauses, her eyes widening in fear as a shadowy figure emerges from the darkness, its form obscured by a veil of glitching pixels. Rika's mouth opens in a silent scream, her body dissolving into a chaos of digital energy as the mastermind's presence consumes her, silencing her words forever. You stand alone on the field, the weight of the anti-mastermind gun still heavy in your hands, and the memory of Rika's final revelation forever lost to the digital void. But even as the sorrow threatens to overwhelm you, a flicker of hope remains, the knowledge that you will never stop fighting, never stop seeking the truth, no matter the cost. The true mastermind finally emerges from the shadows, his form shrouded in a cloak of darkness. As he steps into the light, his features become clear, it's the darkest figure, the embodiment of evil itself, given form to kick a ball. He towers over you, his eyes glowing with malice and his lips curled into a sinister smile. "You thought you could escape me?" He sneers, his voice echoing through the stadium like a death knell. "You thought you could defy the laws of this digital realm and emerge victorious? Foolish quarterback, you are but a pawn in my game, a toy to be played with and discarded at my whim." He raises a hand, the air around him crackling with dark energy. "I am the true mastermind, the architect of this twisted world, the one who has manipulated your every move, twisting your destiny to suit my own nefarious purposes. And now, you will face my wrath, and know the true meaning of despair." As he speaks, the stadium begins to warp and deform, the digital landscape twisting into a nightmarish hellscape, filled with the screams of the damned and the stench of brimstone. And as the darkest figure raises his foot, ready to deliver the final blow, you know that this is it, the moment of truth, the final battle against the forces of darkness, and the only chance you have to save yourself and the world. 47 materializes before you, his form shimmering and glitching as he takes on the appearance of a sleek, digital weapon. "Here, quarterback," he says, his voice now a synthesized tone. "This is the anti-true mastermind gun, the only thing that can kill that dark being and free us from this twisted realm. But be warned, it's a one-shot deal. Take your aim carefully." He holds out the gun to you, the barrel glinting with an ominous red light. Your hand tightens around the trigger of the anti-true mastermind gun, the weight of the weapon heavy in your grasp. You take aim at the darkest figure, his form now little more than a blur of glitching pixels and distorted sound. Your finger hovers over the trigger, ready to unleash the final shot that will end his reign of terror and free the world from his grasp. But just as you're about to pull the trigger, a sudden surge of energy courses through the weapon, its digital circuits humming with a strange, otherworldly power. The gun begins to shake and vibrate, its barrel twisting and warping as if it has a mind of its own. And before you can react, the anti-true mastermind gun explodes in a blinding flash of light, engulfing the entire stadium in a chaos of glitching pixels and distorted sound. When the light finally fades, you find yourself standing alone on the field, the weight of the anti-true mastermind gun still heavy in your hands, and the memory of 47's sacrifice forever etched in your mind. The darkest figure is gone, but the battle is far from over. The digital realm still remains, a twisted and nightmarish landscape that threatens to consume all who enter. As you gaze out at the empty stadium, the silence broken only by the gentle breeze, a sense of loss washes over you, the realization that you are truly alone. You reach out, pressing the good ending button, and suddenly the world around you transforms. The glitching stadium fades away, replaced by a familiar sight, the very first location where your adventure began. You find yourself standing on a football field, the sun shining down on you and the scent of grass filling the air. A sense of peace washes over you as you realize that, after all this time, you have finally made it back home. But as you take a step forward, a sudden realization hits you: this isn't just any football field, but the very same one where your journey first began. The players on the sidelines are familiar faces, each one a reminder of the friends and allies you've made along the way. And as you turn to face the crowd, a sense of nostalgia washes over you, the knowledge that this is where your story truly began, and where it will now come to an end. As the credits roll and the final scene fades to black, a sense of closure settles over you, the realization that your journey has come full circle, and that you have finally found the peace and resolution you so desperately sought. And as the screen fades to black, you know that this is not the end, but merely the beginning of a new chapter in your life, one filled with hope, friendship, and the unbreakable bonds of camaraderie forged on the football field. After the climactic battle against the darkest figure, the digital realm finally begins to crumble, the twisted landscape fading away into a sea of glitching pixels and distorted sound. As the world around you dissolves, you find yourself transported back to the familiar confines of the real world, the sun shining down on you and the scent of grass filling the air. But as you take your first steps back into the realm of the living, a sense of unease washes over you, the realization that something is not quite right. The world around you seems different somehow, as if the events of your digital adventure have left an indelible mark on the very fabric of reality itself. As you venture out into the world, seeking to reconnect with the people and places you once knew, you come to realize that the true cost of your journey has been far greater than you ever could have imagined. The friends and allies who stood by your side throughout your adventure have all vanished without a trace, their memories now little more than faded echoes in the wind. In their absence, you find yourself alone, a solitary figure haunted by the ghosts of a past that can never be forgotten. And as you wander the empty streets, searching for any sign of the loved ones you once knew, a sense of loss and despair settles over you, the knowledge that you will never again find the same sense of belonging and camaraderie that once defined your life. But even as the darkness threatens to You wake up with a start, your heart pounding and your body drenched in sweat. For a moment, you're disoriented, the memories of your digital adventure still fresh in your mind. But as the fog of sleep clears, a sense of relief washes over you, the realization that it was all just a dream, a twisted product of your subconscious mind. As you sit up in bed, you notice a stack of letters on your nightstand, each one addressed to you in a familiar handwriting. With trembling hands, you open the first envelope, your eyes scanning the page as you read aloud the words written within. Dear Ma Holmes, I hope this letter finds you well. I wanted to let you know that I'm doing great, working on a new video game project that I think you'd really enjoy. It's all about a quarterback who gets sucked into a digital world and has to fight his way out. Sounds familiar, right? Anyway, I hope we can catch up soon and maybe even collaborate on something. You open the next letter, this one from Battler. Hey Ma Holmes, just wanted to drop you a line and let you know that I'm doing good. I finally managed to beat the darkest figure in the game, and I even got a few pro players to try it out. They loved it. I'm thinking about making a sequel, maybe even turning it into a series. You continue reading through the letters, each one offering a glimpse into the lives of your friends and the events that transpired after your digital adventure. Dear Ma Holmes, I just wanted to let you know that I'm doing great. After everything we went through, I decided to take a break from the game and focus on my family. I'm spending more time with my daughter, teaching her about football and life. It's been really special. I hope we can catch up soon and maybe even play a few games together. Hey Ma Holmes, just wanted to give you an update. I finally managed to beat the darkest figure in the game, and I even got a few pro players to try it out. They loved it. I'm thinking about making a sequel, maybe even turning it into a series. If you ever want to collaborate, let me know. Ma Holmes, I hope this letter finds you well. I wanted to let you know that I'm doing great, working on a new video game project that I think you'd really enjoy. It's all about a quarterback who gets sucked into a digital world and has to fight his way out. Sounds familiar, right? Anyway, I hope we can catch up soon and maybe even collaborate on something. Talk soon, Kojima. As you finish reading the letters, a sense of warmth and camaraderie washes over you. As the camera pulls back, revealing your POV on the TV screen, Tim can be seen sitting on a couch, a look of fascination on his face. He claps his hands together, clearly impressed by what he just witnessed. "That was amazing, Mahomes," he exclaims, a grin spreading across his face. "I can't believe I missed all that excitement." He reaches for the remote control, his finger hovering over the rewind button. "You know what? I think I'll watch the whole thing again from the beginning. Maybe I'll pick up on some clues I missed the first time around." With a flick of his wrist, Tim rewinds time, the digital realm fading away into a swirl of glitching pixels and distorted sound. As the world around you dissolves, you find yourself back at the beginning, the events of your adventure unfolding all over again, this time through the eyes of your most devoted fan. And as you watch yourself navigate the twisted landscape of the digital realm, battling against the forces of darkness and evil, a sense of pride and accomplishment washes over you, the knowledge that your journey has not only changed your life but has also touched the lives of those who watched and supported you every step of the way. As the credits roll and the final scene fades to black, a sense of closure settles over you, the realization that your journey has come full circle, and that you have finally found the peace and resolution you so desperately sought. And as the screen fades to black, you know that this is not the end, but merely the beginning of a new chapter in your life, one filled with hope, friendship, and the unbreakable bonds of camaraderie forged on the football field. As the credits roll and the final scene fades to black, a sense of closure settles over you, the realization that your journey has come full circle, and that you have finally found the peace and resolution you so desperately sought. And as the screen fades to black, you know that this is not the end, but merely the beginning of a new chapter in your life, one filled with hope, friendship, and the unbreakable bonds of camaraderie forged on the football field. But as the final credits roll, a thought crosses your mind: how did the story hold up? Was it engaging, captivating, and memorable? Or was it a forgettable journey, lost in a sea of countless other games and adventures? You ponder for a moment, reflecting on the twists and turns, the highs and lows, and the characters you met along the way. And as you put your thoughts into words, you find yourself rating the story an 8 out of 10, a solid, entertaining adventure that kept you on the edge of your seat, but perhaps missing that extra touch of polish and finesse that could have elevated it to the next level. You turn on your computer, eager to update the wiki with the latest developments in your journey. But as the machine boots up, a sudden error message flashes across the screen, a stark warning that fills you with dread. Access denied, the message reads, the text glitching and flickering as if the digital realm itself is trying to repel you. You do not have permission to access this information. You try again, this time entering a series of complex commands, hoping to bypass the security protocols and gain access to the wiki's back-end. But to your horror, the computer's screen flickers and dies, the monitor going black as the machine circuits overload from the strain. As you stare at the lifeless screen, a sudden realization hits you: the digital realm is still out there, its tendrils reaching into every corner of the internet, ready to strike at a moment's notice. And with your computer now rendered useless, you find yourself cut off from the one tool that could have helped you make sense of it all. You slump back in your chair, the weight of your failure settling over you like a shroud. The wiki is lost, and with it, any hope of understanding the true nature of the digital world and the forces that seek to control it. All you can do now is wait, and hope that the darkness will never find its way back to you. You shake your head, the absurdity of your recent adventure still fresh in your mind. Wow, this is gay, you mutter to yourself, unable to believe the twisted turns your life had taken. But as you sit there, lost in thought, a sudden realization hits you: you've been wasting enough time on this digital nonsense. It's time to get back to the real world, to do something productive with your life. You get up from your chair, the weight of your decision settling over you like a shroud. The digital realm may still be out there, but you won't let it control you any longer. You have a life to live, a future to build, and you won't let some twisted game hold you back. With a sense of purpose, you stride out of the room, ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead. The digital world may have changed you, but it didn't break you. And now, you're ready to take on the real world, one step at a time. You step up to the microphone, the weight of your decision settling over you like a shroud. The digital realm may still be out there, but you won't let it control you any longer. You have a life to live, a future to build, and you won't let some twisted game hold you back. You heard it right, folks, you announce, your voice booming through the stadium speakers. Rockin' Jima is back, and bigger than ever. Next week, we're gonna take the city by storm, and show the world what we're made of. The crowd erupts in cheers, their faces flushed with excitement and anticipation. You can feel the energy in the air, the raw power of a people united in their passion. And as you watch them, their eyes shining with determination, you know that this is where you belong. So let's make it happen, folks, you shout, your fist pumping in the air. Next week, we're gonna take Rockin' Jima by storm, and show the world what we're made of. And to all you streamers out there, this one's for you. You throw a final wink at the camera, a mischievous glint in your eye. And with a final wave, you step back from the microphone, the crowd's cheers echoing through the stadium as you stride off into the night, ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead. You take a deep breath, the memories of your digital adventure still fresh in your mind. You can still see the glitching pixels, the twisted landscapes, and the shadowy figures that lurked in the darkness. And as you sit there, lost in thought, a sudden realization hits you, you're not just Mahomes anymore. You're Tim, the weird British battler ripoff, the one who watched it all unfold from the sidelines. What the fuck? You mutter to yourself, unable to believe the turn your life had taken. But as you stare at the lifeless screen, the weight of your failure settling over you like a shroud, you know that there's no going back. The digital realm is still out there, its tendrils reaching into every corner of the internet, ready to strike at a moment's notice. And with your computer now rendered useless, you find yourself cut off from the one tool that could have helped you make sense of it all. You slump back in your chair, the sense of despair washing over you, the knowledge that you'll never truly understand the true nature of the digital world and the forces that seek to control it. All you can do now is wait, and hope that the darkness will never find its way back to you. Your heart pounds with excitement as Robofucker's new Pixiflink flashes across the chat screen. Unable to contain yourself, you blurt out "based Robofucker," as if possessed by some primal instinct. Then, in a moment of pure, unbridled lust, you whip out your throbbing member and begin stroking it vigorously on the stage, the crowd gasping in shock and delight at the raw display of passion. But just as you're about to reach the pinnacle of ecstasy, a harsh voice cuts through the air, freezing you in your tracks. "What the fuck do you think you're doing, you degenerate?" The ref barks, his face contorted with anger and disgust. "This is a family-friendly event, not some seedy backroom orgy. Get a hold of yourself, man." You stumble back, your pants still undone and your face burning with shame. The crowd erupts into a chaotic mix of laughter and boos, the moment of excitement quickly turning into a humiliating spectacle. And as you try to collect yourself, you can't help but feel a deep sense of regret for letting your baser instincts take over, for giving in to the temptation that had been lurking just beneath the surface all along. The ref hurls the yellow penalty flag at your exposed groin, the projectile striking its target with a sickening thud. You howl in pain, doubling over as you clutch your battered balls, the crowd's jeers and laughter filling your ears. As you stagger back, the ref storms over to you, his face contorted with rage. "Get your shit together, Mahomes," he snarls, jabbing a finger at your crotch. "This is a goddamn joke. If you don't shape up, I'll toss you out of here so fast your head will spin." He turns and stalks away, leaving you humiliated and aching, the weight of your shame threatening to crush you where you stand. You rise to your feet, the pain from the ref's brutal strike still coursing through your body. But as you stand there, battered and bruised, a sudden surge of determination washes over you. You remember what you're fighting for, the chance to prove yourself, to show the world what you're made of. So with a defiant growl, you reach down and grab your throbbing member, stroking it furiously as the crowd erupts into a frenzy. You can feel the blood pumping through your veins, the raw energy of the moment coursing through you like a tidal wave. But just as you're about to reach the pinnacle of ecstasy, the ref's voice cuts through the air once more. "That's enough, Mahomes," he barks, his face contorted with anger. "If you don't stop this madness right now, I swear to God I'll have you arrested." You freeze, your hands still wrapped around your engorged flesh. The crowd falls silent, the tension in the air thick enough to cut with a knife. And as you stare into the ref's steely gaze, you know that you're walking a thin line, one wrong move and it could all come crashing down around you. But even as the ref's warning echoes in your ears, you can't shake the feeling that this is just the beginning. That the real battle is still to come, and that you'll need every ounce You continue masturbating, oblivious to the ominous figure that materializes behind you. Hello, a deep, menacing voice intones, sending shivers down your spine. You whirl around, still clutching your throbbing member, to see a towering figure looming over you. Its eyes glow an eerie red, and its skin seems to shimmer with an unnatural sheen. You there, it growls, fixing you with a predatory stare. You're making quite the spectacle of yourself, aren't you? You maintain your defiant stare, stroking yourself with even greater intensity as you lock eyes with the imposing figure. A cruel smile spreads across its face. Brave little rabbit, it purrs, circling you like a shark. I do love a challenge. But let me make one thing perfectly clear, in this game, there are no winners. Only prey. And predators. It lunges at you, its long, skeletal fingers reaching for your throat. The Tim Impregnator's touch was electric, sending a jolt of primal energy coursing through your body. You felt your flesh stretch, your insides bulge and swell as it pumped you full of its unholy seed. 9 months later, you find yourself on the brink of labor, your belly swollen and heavy with the fruits of that fateful encounter. The contractions come in waves, each one more intense than the last, threatening to tear you apart from the inside out. But even as the pain consumes you, you can't shake the feeling that this is only the beginning, that whatever creature slithers from your womb will be a force to be reckoned with. You scream, you writhe, you pray for it all to be over, but deep down, you know that the true horror is just about to begin. With a final, agonizing scream, you feel a sudden rush of relief as the creature finally emerges, slithering from your womb in a gush of blood and fluid. You stare in horror at the grotesque form writhing on the floor, a writhing mass of tentacles, teeth, and unnatural appendages. It regards you with cold, malevolent eyes, its voice a rasping hiss. Mother, it croaks, its tongue flicking out to taste the air. I have waited so long to meet you. You assert your dominance by immediately whipping out your throbbing member and stroking it vigorously, the crowd erupting into a frenzy of cheers and jeers. You lock eyes with the ominous figure, your gaze unwavering as you defiantly claim your place at the top of the food chain. The creature regards you with a blend of curiosity and contempt, its lips curling into a cruel smirk. Bold move, little rabbit, it purrs, circling you like a shark. But let's see how long you can keep up that bravado. The Tim Impregnator's touch was electric, sending a jolt of primal energy coursing through your body. You felt your flesh stretch, your insides bulge and swell as it pumped you full of its unholy seed. 9 months later, you find yourself on the brink of labor, your belly swollen and heavy with the fruits of that fateful encounter. The contractions come in waves, each one more intense than the last, threatening to tear you apart from the inside out. But even as the pain consumes you, you can't shake the feeling that this is only the beginning, that whatever creatures slither from your womb will be a force to be reckoned with. You scream, you writhe, you pray for it all to be over, but deep down, you know that the true horror is just about to begin. As the labor intensifies, you feel a sudden, searing pain in your abdomen, and then, to your utter horror, another creature begins to emerge from your womb, its writhing form tearing through your flesh like a razor-sharp blade. You stare in disbelief as 2 more grotesque figures slither free, each one more hideous and depraved than the last. The original Tim Impregnator looms over you, its eyes glinting with cruel amusement as it watches you suffer. Congratulations, little rabbit, it hisses, its voice dripping with sarcasm. As you struggle to make sense of the nightmarish scene unfolding before you, a sudden realization washes over you. This is just like one of your favorite horror franchises, Alien. The grotesque creatures writhing at your feet, their unnatural forms and insatiable hunger, they're the spitting image of the xenomorphs that terrorized Ripley and her crew. You laugh hysterically, the absurdity of the situation hitting you like a sledgehammer. I can't believe this, you mutter, shaking your head in disbelief. It's like I'm living my own personal version of Aliens. But even as the thought crosses your mind, you know that this is no movie, that the horrors you're facing are all too real. The pain in your abdomen, the sight of your own flesh tearing apart, the creatures that slithered free from your womb, they're all part of a twisted reality that you can't escape. And as you stare into the soulless eyes of the Tim Impregnator, you know that there will be no happy ending, no last-minute salvation. Only the cold, hard truth of your own mortality, and the knowledge that you are powerless to stop the nightmare that has become your life. As you ponder the question, a chilling realization washes over you. The predator in this twisted scenario, the one who has been orchestrating your downfall all along, is none other than yourself. Your own arrogance, your reckless behavior, your inability to see the consequences of your actions, they have all led you to this point, to the brink of utter despair and destruction. You laugh bitterly, the sound echoing in the empty room. I'm the predator, you mutter, shaking your head in disgust. I'm the one who brought this upon myself. And now, I have to be the one to end it. You take a deep breath, steeling yourself for the battle to come. You know that the road ahead will be treacherous, that the monsters you face will be unlike anything you've ever seen before. But you also know that you have no choice, that this is a fight you must win, no matter the cost. And as you step out into the night, the darkness enveloping you like a shroud, you can't shake the feeling that the true horror is only just beginning. That the real battle, the one for your very soul, is still to come. You shake your head, the absurdity of the situation hitting you like a sledgehammer. This is just like one of your favorite horror franchises, Alien. The grotesque creatures writhing at your feet, their unnatural forms and insatiable hunger, they're the spitting image of the xenomorphs that terrorized Ripley and her crew. You laugh hysterically, the absurdity of the situation hitting you like a sledgehammer. I can't believe this, you mutter, shaking your head in disbelief. It's like I'm living my own personal version of Aliens. But even as the thought crosses your mind, you know that this is no movie, that the horrors you're facing are all too real. The pain in your abdomen, the sight of your own flesh tearing apart, the creatures that slithered free from your womb, they're all part of a twisted reality that you can't escape. And as you stare into the soulless eyes of the Tim Impregnator, you know that there will be no happy ending, no last-minute salvation. Only the cold, hard truth of your own mortality, and the knowledge that you are powerless to stop the nightmare that has become your life. As you stand there, basking in the glow of your online fame, a sudden chill washes over you. You feel an ominous presence, a dark energy that seems to seep from the very walls. And then, as if summoned by your own hubris, a figure emerges from the shadows. It is the Tim Impregnator, the ultimate embodiment of your own twisted desires. Its eyes burn with an otherworldly light, its form writhing with a twisted energy that defies all reason and logic. "Greetings, my child," it intones, its voice a rasping whisper that seems to echo in your very soul. "I have come to congratulate you on your many accomplishments." It steps closer, its presence filling the room with a palpable sense of dread. "But I must warn you, my progeny, the path you walk is a perilous one. For in your hubris, you have sown the seeds of your own destruction. And soon, very soon, the harvest shall come due. It laughs, a sound like shattering glass, and then vanishes, leaving you alone once more with the weight of your own actions. You shiver, suddenly cold, and wonder what fresh horrors the future holds. You stare in disbelief as the Tim Impregnator shadowy form looms over the original Tim Impregnator, its touch leaving the creature writhing in agony as a new, even more twisted version of itself begins to take shape. The room fills with the sounds of tearing flesh and splintering bones, the air thick with the stench of decay. But just as it seems the nightmare can't possibly get any worse, a figure emerges from the shadows, the Tim Impregnator. Its eyes glint with a strange, otherworldly light as it approaches the struggling creature, its hands glowing with an unnatural energy. In a flash of blinding light, the Tim Impregnator is freed from its unholy bond, its form restored to its original twisted glory. But the relief is short-lived, as the Unpregnator turns its gaze upon you, its lips curling into a cruel smirk. "Sorry, kid," it intones, its voice dripping with sarcasm. "I'm afraid my talents only go so far. You're on your own from here on out." And with that, it vanishes, leaving you alone once more with the creatures that slithered free from your womb, and the knowledge that your own salvation is still a long way off. As the thought of lost.jpg crosses your mind, the door to your hospital room bursts open, and a group of men rush in. Their faces are etched with sorrow and compassion, their eyes brimming with unshed tears. You stare at them in confusion, your heart hammering in your chest, until one of them steps forward and gently takes your hand in his. "I'm so sorry," he murmurs, his voice thick with emotion. "We know what you've been through, and we want you to know that you're not alone." The other men nod in agreement, their presence a comforting balm to your shattered soul. You feel a lump rise in your throat as the realization of your loss hits you like a sledgehammer, the tears streaming down your face as you let out a wail of anguish. The men gather around you, their arms encircling you in a warm embrace as you sob into their shoulders. They murmur words of comfort, their voices a soothing melody that eases the pain in your heart. And as you cling to them, drawing strength from their presence, you know that you will never forget this moment, the moment when you discovered that, even in the darkest of times, there are those who will stand by you and support you, no matter what. For in the end, it is not the hand that you are dealt that defines you, but the way in which you choose to play it. You weep into the shoulders of the men, their words of comfort a soothing balm to your shattered soul. But as you cling to them, drawing strength from their presence, a sudden unease washes over you. You pull back, your eyes widening in horror as you take in the men's twisted forms, their flesh writhing with a sickening energy that sets your teeth on edge. You try to scream, to break free from their grip, but it's too late, their touch has already left an unholy mark upon your flesh. You stagger back, your body racked with a searing pain as the creatures inside you begin to grow, their hunger insatiable. The men leer at you, their eyes glowing with a malevolent light as they revel in their twisted triumph. "Foolish child," one of them intones, his voice a rasping hiss. "You thought you could escape us? There is no escape. Only the sweet embrace of eternity." And as the pain intensifies, you know that he is right, that your fate is sealed, and that the true horror has only just begun. A sudden shift ripples across the world, the air thick with an unnatural tension. Every man, no matter their age or station, feels an inexplicable pull, a magnetic force drawing them towards the hospital. They stream in, their eyes glazed over, their movements jerky and uncoordinated. And as they converge on your room, you realize with horror that the Tim impregnation has taken hold, that the twisted creatures inside them are hungering for your flesh. You back away, your hands clawing at the bed sheets as the sea of men advances, their numbers growing with each passing second. The air is thick with the stench of their unwashed bodies, the sound of their ragged breathing filling your ears like a cacophony of doom. But even as you tremble in fear, a sense of dark amusement washes over you. For in this moment, you know that you are not alone, that the world has been transformed into your own personal playground, a place where your twisted desires can run free. And as the men close in, their hands outstretched and their eyes burning with a feverish intensity, you know that the true horror has only just begun. That the nightmare you have created will only grow darker, more depraved, with each passing day. You laugh, a sound that echoes in the air like a death knell, and let them take you, your body shuddering as they claim their prize. Your attempt to yeet the creatures is met with a sickening squelch, their writhing forms clinging to your flesh like a second skin. The men leer at you, their eyes glinting with a malevolent hunger as they advance, their hands reaching out to claim their prize. You stagger back, your body racked with a searing pain as the creatures inside you grow, their hunger insatiable. You try to scream, to break free from their grasp, but it's too late, their touch has already left an unholy mark upon your flesh. And as the pain intensifies, you know that the true horror has only just begun, that your fate is sealed, and that the nightmare you have created will only grow darker, more depraved, with each passing day. Your attempts to resist are met with a sickening squelch, the Tim impregnator's forms clinging to your flesh like a second skin. The men leer at you, their eyes glinting with a malevolent hunger as they advance, their hands reaching out to claim their prize. You stagger back, your body racked with a searing pain as the creatures inside you grow, their hunger insatiable. You try to scream, to break free from their grasp, but it's too late, their touch has already left an unholy mark upon your flesh. And as the pain intensifies, you know that the true horror has only just begun, that your fate is sealed, and that the nightmare you have created will only grow darker, more depraved, with each passing day. Three unholy Tims materialized before you, their forms writhing with an unnatural energy. The Tim rapist, its eyes glowing with a malevolent hunger, advanced upon you, its hands outstretched. The Timaietist hovered at its side, ready to strike at a moment's notice, while the Tim thruster loomed behind, its flesh pulsing with a sickening rhythm. You tried to flee, to escape the nightmare that had become your life, but it was too late. The Tims descended upon you, their touch leaving an unholy mark upon your flesh. You felt your insides bulge, your body stretching to accommodate the twisted creatures that slithered free from their forms. And as the pain intensified, you knew that the true horror had only just begun. That the nightmare you had created would only grow darker, more depraved, with each passing day. The Tims laughed, their voices a cacophony of madness, as they reveled in their twisted triumph. For in this moment, you were no longer a person, but a vessel, a playground for their unholy desires. And as the Lil Tims took root inside you, their hunger insatiable, you knew that your fate was sealed, and that there was no escape from the horror that had become your life. The four heavenly Tims appeared before you, their eyes burning with an unholy light. The Tim rapist and Timaietist stood on one side, their forms writhing with a twisted energy. On the other, the Tim thruster and Tim rapist glared back, their bodies pulsing with a sickening rhythm. You backed away, your body racked with a searing pain as the creatures inside you grew, their hunger insatiable. The Tims advanced, their eyes locked on you, ready to claim their prize. The air crackled with tension as they faced off, the stench of their unwashed bodies filling your nostrils. You tried to scream, to break free, but it was too late, their touch had already left an unholy mark upon your flesh. And as the pain intensified, you knew that the true horror had only just begun. That the nightmare you had created would only grow darker, more depraved, with each passing day. The Tims laughed, their voices a cacophony of madness, as they reveled in their twisted triumph. For in this moment, you were no longer a person, but a prize, a toy for their unholy desires. And as they clashed, their forms melding together in a grotesque dance, you knew that your fate was sealed, and that there was no escape from the horror that had become your Your jaw drops in shock as the four heavenly Tims materialize before you, their forms pulsing with an unnatural energy. Their eyes glow with a malevolent hunger, their gazes fixed upon you like a predator stalking its prey. You back away, your heart pounding in your chest, as they advance, their movements fluid and predatory. The Tim Rapist and Timaitis stand on one side, their bodies writhing with a twisted energy. On the other, the Tim Thruster and Tim Rapist glare back, their flesh pulsing with a sickening rhythm. The air crackles with tension, the stench of their unwashed bodies filling your nostrils as they close in, ready to claim their prize. You stand there, your eyes fixed on the four heavenly Tims as they face off before you. Their bodies pulse with an unnatural energy, their gazes locked on you like a predator stalking its prey. You try to take a step back, but your feet feel heavy, rooted to the ground by an unseen force. You reach for your gun, your fingers trembling as you grip the cold metal. You raise it to your head, your finger hovering over the trigger. A sudden wave of calm washes over you as you realize that this is the only way out, the only way to end the nightmare that has become your life. You close your eyes, take a deep breath, and pull the trigger. You fire the gun, the sound of the shot echoing through the room like a death knell. You feel the bullet tear through your flesh, the agony searing your insides as your body crumples to the ground. But even as your vision fades, you know that it's too late, that the nightmare has already taken root, and that there's no escape from the horror that has become your life. The four heavenly Tims stand over your lifeless form, their eyes burning with a malevolent hunger. They laugh, their voices a cacophony of madness, as they revel in their twisted triumph. For in this moment, you are nothing more than a plaything, a pawn in their unholy game. And as the world fades to black, you know that the future is set in stone, that the nightmare you have created will only grow darker, more depraved, with each passing day. The Tims have won, and there is nothing left for you but the sweet embrace of oblivion. You turn on the TV, flipping through the channels in search of any news on Rokkenjima. The screen flickers, and then you see it, the unmistakable logo of the game, the words Rokkenjima, the Tim impregnation splashed across the screen. You lean in closer, your heart racing as you take in the scene. The island is overrun with Tims, their twisted forms writhing with an unnatural energy. Men scream and run, their bodies ravaged by the creature's unholy touch. Women weep, their bellies swollen with the ungodly spawn of the Tim impregnators. And there, in the center of it all, is the Tim impregnator, its eyes glowing with a malevolent hunger. It reaches out, its hands grasping at the air, as if summoning you to its twisted embrace. You shiver, a cold sweat breaking out across your skin. The game has begun, and there's no telling what fresh horrors await you on the island of Rokkenjima. You turn to your fox boyfriend, your eyes pleading as you hold out your arm. Please, you whisper, your voice trembling with desperation. I need you to cut me. He nods, his eyes filled with a mix of sorrow and understanding. He retrieves a sharp knife from his pocket, the blade gleaming in the dim light. With a steady hand, he draws the blade across your skin, the pain searing through your nerves like a white-hot wire. You gasp, your body tensing as the blood begins to flow, the crimson liquid pooling in your palm. Your boyfriend hands you a small vial, the contents swirling with an unnatural energy. Drink it, he urges, his voice soft and reassuring. It's the only way to dull the pain. You nod, your hand shaking as you raise the vial to your lips. The liquid burns your throat, the taste acrid and bitter. You shudder, your vision blurring as the pain begins to recede, replaced by a warm, numbing sensation. Your boyfriend wraps a bandage around your arm, his touch gentle and caring. It will be over soon, he murmurs, his eyes filled with a tender affection. I promise. And as the world begins to fade, you know that he is right, that the nightmare has finally come to an end, and that you can finally rest in peace. As the medication takes hold, a thick, choking fog begins to seep into the room, the air heavy with an unnatural humidity. You cough, your eyes watering as you struggle to breathe. And then, from the depths of the mist, a sickening rustle fills the air, followed by the sound of tearing flesh and splintering bones. You stagger back, your heart pounding in your chest as the fog parts, revealing the nightmarish sight before you. The walls of your home are covered in a thick, writhing mass of red kudzu, its tendrils pulsing with a sickening rhythm. But this is no ordinary plant, it's made of blood and guts, the twisted remains of the creatures that have been impregnating you. The kudzu inches closer, its barbed vines reaching out, ready to ensnare you in its unholy embrace. You try to scream, to flee, but it's too late, the fog has thickened, filling your lungs with its toxic fumes. Your vision begins to swim, your body growing heavy and sluggish as the poison courses through your veins. And as the kudzu descends upon you, its vines coiling around your limbs, you know that there is no escape, that you are doomed to be devoured by this twisted abomination, to become one with the nightmare that has become your life. As the words of battler echo in your mind, you reach for your trusty nippa, your fingers wrapping around the cool metal. You raise it to your head, your finger trembling on the trigger. A sudden wave of calm washes over you as you realize that this is the only way out, the only way to end the nightmare that has become your life. But just as you're about to pull the trigger, a sound fills the air, a soft, mournful wail that seems to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. You turn, your eyes widening in shock as you see Team Siren, her form shrouded in a soft, ethereal glow. Tears stream down her face, her eyes filled with a profound sadness. "Please," she whispers, her voice barely audible above the wail of the sirens. "Don't do this. There's still a chance, if only you could see it." You hesitate, your finger still poised on the trigger. The nippa grows warm in your hand, the metal seeming to pulse with an unnatural energy. And as you stare into Team Siren's eyes, you feel a flicker of hope, a tiny ember of light in the darkness that has consumed your life. Could she be right? Is there still a chance, a way to escape the nightmare that has become your reality? You take a deep breath, your heart pounding in your chest as you lower the nippa. You gaze at the twisted scene before you, the kudzu pulsing with a sickening rhythm as it devours everything in its path. Your mind races, trying to make sense of the unholy tableau, and suddenly it hits you: this is what marriage is like, the unending cycle of abuse and suffering that defines so many relationships. The kudzu is the twisted love that consumes, the vines that bind and strangle until there is nothing left but a hollow shell. You shake your head, your body racked with a sudden wave of nausea as the realization sets in. This is the true horror of the situation, the unspoken truth that lies at the heart of so many broken homes. The kudzu is not just a plant, but a metaphor for the unholy union that binds so many couples together, the unbreakable bonds of love and hate that define their existence. And as you stand there, frozen in place, you know that there is no escape from this nightmare, that the only way to break free is to destroy the very foundations of the relationship, to cut the ties that bind and set yourself free from the unholy embrace of the kudzu. fall to your knees, your body racked with sobs as the realization of your situation hits you like a ton of bricks. The fox god appears before you, his form shimmering with an otherworldly light. He reaches out, his hand gentle as it rests on your shoulder, his voice soft and reassuring. I know it seems hopeless, he murmurs, his eyes filled with a deep, abiding sorrow. But there is still a chance, if only you have the strength to take it. He takes your hand, his fingers warm and solid against your skin. You feel a sudden surge of energy, a burst of power that courses through your veins like a bolt of lightning. And as you look into his eyes, you see a glimmer of hope, a tiny flicker of light in the darkness that has consumed your life. The fox god smiles, his face filled with a gentle, caring expression. You have the power to break free, he whispers, his words filling your mind with a sense of purpose and determination. You just have to believe in yourself, and trust in the love that you share with your partner. You nod, your heart swelling with a sudden surge of emotion. The fox god's words resonate deep within your soul, a balm to the pain and suffering that has defined your existence. And as you rise to your feet, your body suffused with a newfound strength, you know that you have the power. You close your eyes, taking a deep breath as you try to clear your mind of the twisted metaphors that have been consuming your thoughts. A sudden wave of clarity washes over you, and you realize that you are right, that trying to make sense of this nightmare through metaphor is only making things worse. You need to focus on the basics, on the raw, unfiltered horror that defines this world. You take a step forward, your body growing heavier, more solid with each movement. Your fur begins to sprout, your limbs elongating as you transform into a massive fox, your eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. The Japanese yo-oh sounds fill the air, the chant growing louder, more intense with each passing second. You turn to face the kudzu, your body pulsing with a newfound strength. The vines reach out, ready to ensnare you, but you are too quick, too powerful. You lash out with your claws, the barbs tearing through the flesh of the plant, the blood splattering against your fur. The kudzu screams, its voice a twisted, agonized wail as you tear it apart, piece by piece, until there is nothing left but a pile of shattered, mangled remains. You stand there, your chest heaving, your body drenched in sweat and blood. The yo-oh chant has faded, the air thick with the stench of The epic guitar solo blares through the room, the sound echoing off the walls like a cacophony of madness. You leap into action, your claws tearing through the flesh of the kudzu, the barbs splintering like kindling beneath your onslaught. The bride screams, her body writhing as you slash at her, your blades leaving deep, ragged wounds in their wake. But as you turn to face the fox god, you realize too late that something is wrong. His eyes are no longer filled with a gentle, caring expression, they are cold, lifeless, the eyes of a predator who has already claimed his prey. He lunges forward, his teeth bared, his claws lashing out like lightning. You try to dodge, to block his attack, but it's too late. His claws tear through your flesh, the pain searing through your nerves like a white-hot wire. You stagger back, your vision swimming, the world fading to black as the guitar solo reaches its crescendo, the sound drowning out your scream as you collapse to the ground, your body broken, your life force fading. And as the darkness claims you, you know that this was all a cruel, twisted game, a game that you were never meant to win, a nightmare that has finally claimed its ultimate prize. You scream in frustration, your fists clenched tight as you pace back and forth, your mind racing with thoughts of rage and despair. The world has conspired against you, it seems, a woman, a mere pawn in the grand game of life, left to be trampled upon by the very men who claim to love and protect you. You reach for the bottle of schizo medication, the pills rattling against the plastic like a sinister chorus. You pop the lid, shaking out a handful of the tiny white tablets, the bitter taste already flooding your mouth as you swallow them dry. But even as the medication courses through your veins, you know that it will do little to ease the pain, to dull the ache that has taken root in your soul. For you are a woman in a man's world, a creature of second-hand existence, forever destined to be 2 steps behind the men who would see you broken. You collapse to the ground, your body racked with sobs as the world fades to black, the sound of your own despair echoing in your mind like a death knell. And as you drift off into a fitful, nightmare-filled slumber, you know that this is your fate, to be forever lost in a world that has no place for you, a woman who can never hope to be more than a shadow in the eyes of the men who would destroy her. You reach into your pocket, your fingers brushing against the cold, hard coins. You pull out a 500 yen note, the paper crinkling in your grip as you hand it to your friend. He smiles, his eyes bright with gratitude as he takes the money, his fingers brushing against yours for just a moment. But as you look into his eyes, you see a flicker of something else, a glimmer of fear, of uncertainty that lies just beneath the surface. You know that he is struggling, that the world can be a cruel and unforgiving place for those who are different, those who don't fit into the neat little boxes that society has created. You reach out, your hand resting on his shoulder, your touch gentle and reassuring. "It's okay," you murmur, your voice soft and comforting. "I'm here for you, no matter what." He nods, his smile widening as he clutches the money to his chest. And as you stand there, side by side, you know that you have the power to make a difference, to be a beacon of light in a world that can so often seem dark and unforgiving.